and stuff, and I'm on a new platform. I'm trying new things.
Trying new things.
It's just gonna be whatever it's gonna be, and this
Seeing
is
how it goes. I'm also doing new things.
You are, but look at us. We're going into the new year morbidly both dressed in black. That was kind of unintended.
I'm wearing the same thing I wore in my live stream earlier.
That's
so
true. Anybody who's watching the tarot readings is fashion.
Oops, this is what I'm wearing today.
So, all right. Welcome to the beginning of a test live stream on YouTube at the moment, but through this StreamYard thing, as you can tell by the funky duck up in the corner there. Yeah, okay, now it says I'm live. Delay. I'm getting confused. Okay, hopefully now it's live and or I'm repeating myself, but hey, that's nothing new to long-term viewers. I repeat myself rather a lot. So, yeah.
Happy New Year.
You're the viewer. I think I'm talking to you right now. Rev, you are live. I am live, and you know what? There's a reason for that. I even made a little banner for it. I just want to throw that out there. My whole plan for New Year's Eve, and I've been saying this is my plan for a little while now, was to crash a certain somebody's live stream because, you know, like it's kind of become a holiday tradition, as, you know, messed up as we are with our traditions.
Our traditions are messed.
They're fun though, and yeah, my whole plan was to crash your live stream, buddy. The camera's up in the Dragon Cluster.
Oh, hi.
So, yeah. Are you on a mobile device? Do you have any sort of access? You're watching this, so like in theory, you can click that StreamYard button and you could join us in this, and you could be one of my test subjects, because for all that you blame me for getting you into this, you really got me into this. I only just stuck my toe in, and you just like dove into that pool. So now I'm all like, oh well.
Are you good?
No, carry on.
I'm trying to post this before I can join in.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Am I not okay?
I wasn't paying attention.
I can't afford to pay attention. It's a Canadian dilemma. All right. Well, feel free to mention in the chat if you feel I'm not okay, because it is after all New Year's, and I have after all, I've been drinking. They've only been little drinks.
Little bit.
But I know the bartender responsible, so I suspect they were not water. That and my taste buds tell me they're not water. And you know, did I mention it's New Year's Eve? So what better time than New Year's Eve to try a live stream on this new platform, where in theory it's super easy to invite people, but what happens if okay, I'll copy that. Sorry, anybody who's watching this, we're all learning together right now, and it just took me off of my StreamYard.
Eric, hi. Hi, Natasha.
Join me on StreamYard. It's starting an email?
Happy
that looks complicated. There's got to be an easier way to do that. Happy New Year. Do I hear Happy New Year, Eric? Well, howdy, Eric. Welcome to the stream. I was hoping you'd join us because, you know, could be fun. Oh, I see a button.
Hey,
there you go.
Happy New Year.
We got smooch together now. The camera got a little smaller.
That's all right.
Nice to actually chat with you.
I don't have the best light.
Well, doesn't really matter. It's New Year's. Everybody looks good on New Year's. So
you're first.
You are first. Yes. Congratulations. You're guinea pig number one. Test subject. That actually worked out really easy, though. Have you tried StreamYard yet? You? Hello? Can you hear me? Is there anybody out there? Hello? Can you hear me? Punky? Punky?
Hello. No, I haven't tried it yet. This is freaking me out. Hold on one second.
Okay. Meet moment.
Back to bed.
All right.
Or no star.
Because I was trying to, I'm trying to put my daughter to bed right now.
Oh, well, I'd tone it down, but you probably have a volume dial, so it's
well, that's why I got the headphones on, and I'm not using my usual stuff. But it's weird because I had the live stream going while I'm also trying to like chat with you guys on StreamYard via the link. So I was getting like this dual thing going on, freaking me out.
It happens. It happens. I've just been checking this thing out today, and I got to say, it looks really simple. The really cool features open up when you pay actual cash. Kel Supreme. But that said, this right now is the free thing because I'm a cheap bastard and I'm just testing it out, put my toe in the water, as it were. But yeah, it looks really, really simple. I just threw the link in there. How was it for you joining up into the stream?
It was actually really, really easy. I just clicked the link and it already detected my webcam and this headset. And yeah, this is our holiday puppy, our Christmas puppy.
Normally I'm against Christmas puppies, but I know you'll take care of this one and you know it's a lifelong commitment.
It was a rescue.
Oh, even better.
Puppy.
Oh, so
King Charles, I believe.
King Charles.
Daniel.
Yes. Well, do be sure to give him instructions in a proper, inappropriate accent.
We actually were going to check out this what do they call those things? Those I forgot what they're called. We're going to look at a different puppy, and the one we were looking at was just like way too spastic, and it was very face bitey. It was yeah, so a corgi. There we go. Because I was like, I've always wanted a corgi. They're so adorable, but I didn't realize how psychotic corgis were. So we went there, and it was trying to literally jump up in our face and tear our face off. So we went with a much calmer, cuter, sweeter, cuddling puppy.
Yes, cuddly puppies are always good. Everybody needs a cuddle puppy.
So anyway,
Uncle Wimpy is in the chat.
Uncle Wimpy. Oh my God. Nice to see you, Uncle Wimpy. Haven't seen you in a long time. That's such a cute puppy.
It's a cute puppy. Now I'm wondering if I can live stream from my phone to let everyone know that I'm live streaming with you guys. I'm going to push the limits. This may actually destroy the space-time continuum.
No, it'll be fine. Gen X has destroyed more than just an internet. We'll be fine. Okay, it looks like Rev's trying to join here, but my guest will need to connect their mic and cam before I can add them to the stream. Ooh. Hang on a second. I got to go back to banners and switch it to this one because we all know who's really responsible for me going live on New Year's Eve. And as I was saying earlier, it's the party I was planning to crash, and now all of a sudden I have to host. So neat trick, well played, but waiting on Rev to join us. So yes, we'll just leave that up for now. Uncle Wimpy, it has been a long time no chat. I was, starting to worry that maybe I'd lost you there, big boy. Funny, because as a YouTuber, and I mean, sure, Punky, I'm sure you can relate to this. We have so many people that come in and out of our lives, and you actually do kind of develop relationships with these people over the years, even though you've never seen them, never even so much as shaken. Puppy bombed.
My wife is sitting next to me.
Become family, right? Like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
I love the time that we've spent together chatting over the years, and it's really nice to be able to have this sort of face-to-face at a simple click, and everything's good. You are definitely getting puppy harassed over there.
I am, absolutely. I'm getting all sorts of harassed.
Thanks, Uncle Wimpy, for checking out the channel.
Oh, hey, very much, very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it is strange because I've probably been on YouTube for, I don't know, close to a decade. Seriously, because I first came on the very, very early on researching aquaponics, and that's how I found you. And I'm pretty sure you're the first channel I ever subscribed to.
Oh, my.
Or one of the first, because that was
that you're still here.
I know, here I am.
All these failures, and you're still here.
Still here.
I love you too. Welcome to the family. You're stuck with us now. There's no escape. You could have chatted years ago.
I wonder how long this will go for. How long will this go?
Oh, I'm planning on keeping it up until I'm either in the dirt or YouTube is. So yeah. I figure, what the hell? I'm in it for life. I'll commit at this point.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's become part of a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle. It totally is.
Especially in our niche, because you can't necessarily, you can't necessarily plan to be internet famous, necessarily being in a, whoa.
Right.
Screen just changed. Yeah, so it's really more just a way of life than it is necessarily trying to get rich on the internet.
I literally got forced into this. Like, I pulled out a cabbage from one of the Folgers fans. She's like, I'm getting your camera. You're putting this on YouTube. Because she's been watching me watch Rob Bob and all this stuff. That's it, you're doing it.
Yeah, but it looked really
all right.
cool.
Sideways hat, little cooked. Yeah, cabbage roots.
It's a good time.
Right now.
I do it for fun.
You are. She's TikToking, by the way. I don't know. Do you TikTok?
I do not TikTok. I'm not.
TikTok?
What's that?
Does anyone in your household TikTok?
No.
No?
I'm not hip enough for that. I can't keep up to date with all the new apps and whatever. I tend to just try to focus on like one thing at a time. I don't have enough time to YouTube, let alone TikTok and Snapchat and Periscope. Is that even a thing anymore? I don't think that's a thing anymore. But
StreamYard has the option to hook up to it out of its like 5 or 6 options. So I'm guessing it's actually a surprisingly big thing still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it also, what's the gaming platform? Twitch?
Twitch, yeah. You can stream to Twitch from this stuff. And I see
Are you
phone.
live streaming?
Hey!
Hi!
It's like
I'm going to attempt to live stream while I'm live streaming.
Feel like I should get out like the Bear Family Farms channel and join in the chat here.
All right. I have no idea if this works, but I am currently group live streaming with JT Bear and possibly some others.
Woohoo, so far.
And I have my phone trying to live stream on my channel. Yep. What's that?
I just got the notification.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to alter the state of existence and possibly create some kind of time space paradox here, but it seems to be working. So I don't know if anyone will actually join, but I will actually provide the link to this live stream in the chat. Oh, somebody's there. Oh, sitting next to you. Oh, my wife just joined this live stream. This is freaking me out. She's also right there. Wow. But I see some people. So yeah, I'll have to provide a link. Maybe I can show the link. I may like show the URL, but then you get to see all the other tabs that are open on my browser, and that could potentially be devastating.
I think YouTube.com/JT Bear will take you to his channel.
Maybe
YouTube/. Oh, let me maybe I can. So I'm actually going to break the time continuum even further or something, because I'm going to try to go to my live stream and post. I don't even know how this would work. Okay, I'm going into my dashboard live. Can I actually enter my live? I can. I'm going to enter my live. Go to the actual thing. Oh my God, this is freaking me out. There's like a delay.
Well, yeah, that delay messes with me hard too, because I try and keep those conversations going with the feed. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
And it's like you're answering a comment that's almost a minute old, and like the conversation itself has gone on without you. It's a lot of fun.
This is already blowing my mind, man.
Yeah. Oh, we got Rev trying again, and roll a dice. Somebody roll a 20-sided dice for Rev. We're going to see how he does. Anything above a 15, and I'm going to say he's probably there. Oh, I had so many sets of gaming dice over the years, and I haven't got a clue where any of them are anymore.
Oh, that's not the right link. That's the link to the group chat. That's not good.
Hey, they're welcome here too. The more the merrier. Apparently, we can have 6 people up here, and I'm up for randoms, or I wouldn't have just thrown it out there. Worst case scenario, this gets demonetized. Oh no! A New Year's video that isn't socially appropriate. Might be a good time. I don't know. I'm old-fashioned that way, though.
Well, we're kicking off a new decade, right? Like
we are.
New decade.
That's impressive. And she still hasn't kicked me out of the place yet. That amazes me too. Yeah, this StreamYard thing, I'm digging on the StreamYard thing. It's fantastic to be able to chat with Punky here, and this whole like mirror in mirror, chat in chat.
I'm forgetting which to look at.
Well, you gotta keep people engaged all the way around it too, right? So yeah, I see 8 people are watching this apparently. Feel free to get into the conversation, and or let's see if I can throw that link out there again. Paste should do it.
Yes, my arm is tired. My wife just asked me in my live stream if my arm's tired instead of, actually asking me since she's sitting right next to me. Okay, this is freaking me out.
We
you can always spin the camera. You'll notice my wife is next to me. But then again, she has her own YouTube channel too, so she's gotten over certain camera issues. I don't know how your wife feels about that. So
all right, I'm trying to direct people to
Rev is still trying to get in here. I'm trying to add him to the stream, but it's like device is not connected. Oh.
All right. So people, if you are coming to my video, I'm posting the link all over the place so you can join the JT Bear group live stream New Year's Eve. Let's do it. But I'm going to end this live stream because it's freaking me out.
I think we've got Rev in the background there, but I think he's got that echo thing going, or I don't know. We've got Rev's phone that's being held captive somewhere just outside of Rev. Rev, are you there? Happy New Year.
And I'm back, I think. I don't know.
All right.
Am I back? All right, I'm back. Oh, wow, that really messed with my head.
All right, Rev, I'm not quite sure what's going on with your sound, but I suspect it's you because if I mute your mic, we don't really have that issue anymore. So this StreamYard is a pretty handy little platform that way.
Yeah, it's nice.
But yeah, apparently I can get up to 6 people in here. So, Rev, I don't know. Are you there? Are you there? Are you sponging Wi-Fi from 2 miles away?
It's been taken over by a robot. It's clearly a robot's voice.
It's like 80s robotics, right?
People.
Are you there? I'm not a test theory.
Sending coded messages.
It's a holiday. You know I'm not going to pick up codes. Straightforward can be hard enough to convey your message.
That's why I just don't talk my computers anymore. Too busy being a spy.
Give anybody a
Right here. I don't think I can.
I do not think that's right.
Okay. Sorry, Rev, you're muted again. Natasha Carlson is Sage. Do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Clicking on comments.
Oh, Lisa, thank you for joining us. Whoa, this just popped up on my autoplay. How fun. Hey, Lisa.
All right.
The Punkettes, the super fans.
Oh, Punkets.
Oh, and Pat. Hey, Pat.
Thank you for joining us here.
I was probably confusing the hell out of people because I was trying to live stream while live streaming.
Well, it's complicated, man. Oh,
Man,
Sage.
technology.
All right. Hopefully Sage is joining us too from Australia. We'll see how this works out. I've got 2 black screens at the bottom there. Their mics are live though, so if you can hear us, know that we love you. Glad to see you both, sort of. Oh, there you are. Wonderful.
I had to turn the camera on.
That does help. That does help.
Welcome
Sage,
to your first
Punky, Sage. So,
Hello. Welcome to 2020 in Australia.
yeah, how's it looking?
You're from the future.
Smoky.
It's from the future.
I
right?
know.
Yeah.
Who wants the lottery numbers?
Oh yeah.
Well, are they the
Like-
winning lottery numbers? Because I mean, let's be serious.
Yeah,
Well,
it's already happened.
well,
So-
yours might be a little late for us to invest.
Yeah. The store is closed.
It's the thought that counts.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is crazy. Like, I've never done anything like this before. It's like, whoa, it's so cool. It's actually cool because there's not much to do right now, as you guys know.
Yeah.
We're in the fires, so we can't go anywhere or do anything. So I'm kind of bored.
So escape to Canada for a little while, or come hang out with Punky. You're close to Canada. You're the States at least. That's a lot closer than Australia is.
Well, yeah, it's awesome because you just sort of like for the first time ever you do to turn to your devices, and I've never really been big on like other than when I chat with you guys on Messenger and do the photo thing and stuff like that to stay in contact, but never really been involved in this world. So it's kind of funny how all of a sudden a little device becomes like probably so important.
Right.
When you don't have any contact other than this to the outside world or what's going on, and we've turned off the TVs, we've turned off the news, we've turned off the broadcasts of what's happening, and
It's just depressing at this point.
yeah, we just learned of this morning that there's been farmers that have been taken out of their property because they were putting down their livestock as the fire was approaching because they didn't want their animals to suffer. There was another family that we know of.
But for anybody that doesn't know, Sage is in Australia and they are under extreme evacuation alert for wildfires, and all her roads are closed off. So they are literally stuck at home until they are told to move. So that's the situation that she's in right now.
Yeah. So
this device is like freedom.
worldwide
Yeah,
fire,
absolutely.
gentle rain to cover the island would be nice. Big
Yeah,
guy, Pepper, nice to see you, big guy.
What was that?
Oh, I'm just throwing out highest to folks in the crowd there.
Oh, awesome. Yes, hi
It's her first
everybody.
time trying this platform.
Yeah, I'm still in
So-
noob status.
It's awesome. It's so awesome how everybody's like really connected right now.
Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. I've got room for 3 more people on here, apparently. I've thrown that link up there. So, you know, happy. I know you do the live stream thing. And I know you're part of the PLC Classic.
Go click the link.
Click the button. We know you want to. Rev's trying. He just needs to sponge a better Wi-Fi signal and, you know, join us. Get that neighbor's password. It's not really the CIA van. It's the neighbor. We all know it. So just hack away, man. This is great, though, because I've never been comfortable on Google Hangouts or YouTube or any of those other platforms to try and throw something like this together. And this silly little StreamYard site has just made all of this so possible. It's freaking delightful. I'm quite happy. Oh, I see a picture. And I know that.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. So
apparently Firefox sucks with StreamYards. Use Chrome.
I could have told you that actually. I did a lot of research before I actually hooked this up tonight. It's like sitting there, watched pretty much everything they had on their little YouTube site about how to get her done. And so far, it all seems to work. And I'm still doing this shit for free. So,
see, I'm quite the opposite. As soon as Google Hangouts stopped working, I just jumped into StreamYards, didn't look up a dang thing, and I've been doing it for what, 5-6 months.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were the reason that it was suggested to me a few times. Yeah, Rev just uses StreamYard. Yeah, Rev uses StreamYard. Check it out. Oh, just use StreamYard. So.
A lot of people are on YouTube though. But
a lot of people
so easy.
I have been thrilled with how easy it is because let's face it, I am not the most brilliant man on the internet, and I was a little concerned about how well learning a new platform would go, but it's just like the same old platform except a little more point and click. So sweet.
Yeah, there's more options too. You can do like the banner like you were showing earlier and highlight people's comments and
stage left.
That's all right. So proud of you to first ever being in a live stream.
Oh, well, very cool. Very cool.
Ever.
It's great. I was actually having a little fun clicking comments earlier. Got this one from Uncle Wimpy. Oh, sideways there.
I don't know.
But this is kind of fun. It's been an interesting experiment.
Sorry, my family just called and booted me.
Booted.
Are we still live?
We are still live.
Oh, and goodbye.
Okay, so we got a what's up there from West Pay Pyro. Right on. This is a fascinating device. Oh, we lost Rev and Sage is back. All right, so using it on a mobile device is apparently much different from using it on a laptop or a desktop. I'm on a desktop myself.
Yeah.
It's not the usual wiggle that goes with my desktop because I've got a dragon letter opener holding my camera right now. Finally grabbed a bit of a brain cell there, separated it from the desk. Haha, a clue. Who knew? I've only been doing this since 2012. I mean, geez. About time I got a clue about something because I sure haven't figured out gardening yet. But, you know, and yet I dive into farming anyway. Who knows what they're talking about? That's for people to go to school, you know. I skipped more school than I'll ever attend, I tell you what.
How come I can't see Rev up there?
Because I didn't click him back once he came back. There you go. All right. I have to remember to control things. There are things outside of just our room that I have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
It's not good. This is going to go terribly astray before too many drinks go on.
Is there any way to like hand out wrenches or block trolls in the StreamYard?
Yeah, I guess that question would be for you, Mr. Rev.
I don't believe so. I usually keep, what I usually do is I will bring up my actual YouTube live stream and I will have that up and then I will scale down the size of my StreamYards over top of the picture of YouTube. That way I can see the actual stream going on the side. And if I need to add a wrench or take a wrench away or whatever, I can do that.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Cool.
That's a wicked awesome tip. Yeah.
Something to bear in mind for next time. I'm not going to mess about with opening any other windows at this point because I'm like my computer is forever old. I'm just super impressed it's doing this well. But I guess it's not really my computer doing this. It's their computer.
Hi, Elle.
I guess. So hello to Elle for joining us. Ellie? I don't know. You never know where the accent is.
I know.
I grew up
feel so
in
bad.
Canada. You know, there could be an accent on the beginning, or could be on the end, could be somewhere in the middle. I don't know. You know, I just have to assume.
My son calls it techno-social. When you're hanging out with friends all over the world, you're actually being techno-social. Because we're giving him crap one day. We're like, Jake, go outside. Like, go
experience
and
the sunshine.
hang out with people. And he's like, Mom, I'm talking with 11 people here. I'm being techno-social.
Yeah,
and
while
like,
he was trolling in the video game on his laptop. So
he was seriously having a conversation with 11 people. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, I've been schooled. Carry on. So we call it techno-social because without this technology, our social friendships wouldn't evolve. It wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I kind of grew up with it. I mean, at that age that I grew up with the internet. You know, I was born and the internet did not exist. And my first techno social was IRC. Anyone ever done the internet relay chat back in the day?
Yep.
Yeah.
bulletin board systems, is that?
Oh,
is
that was yeah.
Logging on?
What's that? Well, that was even pre that, really. When you actually like dialed up to a local server for the bulletin boards, it did that too. But this is more actually on the internet, but IRC chat was a huge thing. I mean, I'm sure it still goes on, but I haven't used it in many years.
Remember chat rooms?
I do remember chat rooms.
Isn't that kind of what this is, though?
Bulletin boards were when I was in high school. We used to go to all my friends from my school, all the nerds specifically, would go on a bulletin board called Galaxy Class. It was a Star Trek themed bulletin board, and we'd play Legend of the Red Dragon and a bunch of other stuff. A lot of MUDs, door games. I don't know if anyone remembers that, if that rings any bells, but you know, it was a beautiful, wonderful time, and I miss it dearly.
It was a good time. Like some of the games that I played on those bulletin board systems, I'm still trying to figure out whether or not I should get into coding so I can kind of recreate.
Oh yeah.
Like,
that was some of the first coding I did was store games back in the day.
Right, but it wasn't that hard though. Back when it was like basic, and you were dealing with DOS and stuff. It was pretty straightforward. Load this, do this, type that, if this, then.
Visual Basic.
It was great. I could program in any computer back when it was Commodore VIC 2064, even to the 128. Right,
exactly. When all you had to output was ANSI characters.
I don't have a clue how to do it now. Pascal, I think Turbo Pascal. 91 was the last programming code I actually understood.
And this is all above my head. I didn't get a computer until I got a Dell Tower with a telephone subscription thing. And then that's when I started with a computer. My friends had computers, and my mom had a computer that we were typing her book into. So just more like of a digital storage space and like the big square floppy disks and stuff. But I never had my own digital computer or the internet until we got that computer after we were together.
Yeah, that computer was actually the realization of one of my most cynical comments over the years, because I always joked about one day they'll be giving away free computers if you sign up for the internet.
And that's how I got mine.
That's how she.
But I used other people's previous. It's just like that was the first time I'd ever had my own.
Your own, yeah.
The first computer I ever had was an Apple IIe. Green screen, classic. And the only reason because my family was poor, the only reason why we had it is my mother would clean the houses of rich people, and one of these rich people were like, "Oh, we have this old computer. We're gonna get a new one. You can just," and they were gonna basically throw it away. So my mother's like, "Well, we'll take it." What's that?
That's how my mom got hers too, but ours was orange.
Orange screen, nice.
Like literally.
I mean, back then the Apple IIe, I mean, it was like thousands of dollars, when the computers first started coming out, the Apple computers.
Oh, yeah, my mom had one in the mid 80s. It was a gigantic IBM thing with like the 12 or 14-inch floppy disks, like the gigantic floppies. And then she got me a Commodore 16. And
Commodores were great. My first computer was a Commodore VIC 20, which dates me more than a little bit. But yeah, I had that monochrome monitor. You can have one of 4 colors at a time. Once we finally got upgraded to CGA, oh, great! 64.
My best friend's dad had a computer room in his house, and it took up like 2 giant tables. And there's like all this stuff on the side. You sat in front of his monitor. Yeah, Yeah, it was a whole freaking room in their house
And
for
yeah,
that computer.
Hilarious thing I just learned about one of my neighbors because I've now moved back to the suburbs, and I noticed that the house
Yeah.
across the street has these gigantic like exhausts. These where it should be his garage. There's these like garage doors, these two big like input and output like exhaust things, and I'm like, what's going on in there? My wife was like, oh, he turned this entire garage into one big like server room. So I don't know what the hell that dude's doing over there, but you know, he's pretty darn serious.
He's mining Bitcoin.
Yeah, that I'm wondering.
All right, hang on a second here. Sage, are you able to actually speak yet? I think we lost you somehow. And if so, Rev, do you have a techie clue for us here?
Yeah, I can't hear.
Oh, no, wait. I hear you really freaking quiet. Anybody else hearing that?
I do not hear.
No, maybe somebody's watching TV in the background?
That's what it sounds like.
That might be me.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So that might be the. I'm watching. Well, I'm not, but my wife is watching Futurama.
I love that show. All right, so do we need to pop out and rejoin here?
Or restart. Try restarting.
Her?
Yeah, Sage.
All right, Sage, give it a restart, and hopefully we'll be able to hear you. We'll be good. It's terrible. A quarter of the conversation can't even throw in, which has got to be hard enough in this group. So.
And it's her first time.
Yeah, what's really nice, I noticed I have it paused, the stream paused on the actual like YouTube page because I'm watching and interacting via the StreamYard page.
Yeah.
But the chat still actually runs in real time despite the fact that the stream is paused, so that works out well.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so what Rev was saying about overlaying the window, that makes a lot of sense.
It really kind of does. I will bear that in mind for next time. Sage, I see you back.
You got better luck than I did with Firefox. I could only have audio. At least you have video.
Video, but no audio. It's still only a half-er situation.
You could pull it up on your tablet if you wanted to watch on your channel.
Oh, I suppose I could, but that's getting way too complicated.
That's a lot to pay attention to.
Yeah, too many screens. I don't know how people do those multiple screen setups. You know, one guy, I was watching his review of StreamYard, and he's like, I've got 5 screens going right now. And I'm like, how? Look at it.
Oh, I keep 2 at all times. I was thinking about getting a 3rd one.
Good Lord. You have a much more updated computer, though. I watched your rebuild, so I'm assuming you're still on that one.
Well, it wasn't a rebuild. It was just. It wasn't a rebuild. It was just a build.
It's just a build.
Tore my computer apart and was like, "Heck with it, let's update." Because I was using like a 10 or 12-year-old computer for the longest time, and until like earlier this year when I built this computer.
That's about where I'm at. We were trying to figure out earlier kind of when I got this computer. I'm thinking it's about 8 years, but all right. So hang on a second here. Explain to Uncle Wimpy, incorporated into YouTube or something I'm using else, and how do I try this technology? This is a website that I am using and have given permission to broadcast and muck about with a couple aspects on my YouTube. Yeah, up in the corner there, as Punky is demonstrating, this is powered by StreamYard. And I'm
having issues here.
Yeah. You get to be our spokesmodel, you know. Have you seen that away?
Which is
That's what I'm
StreamYard.
trying to do, but I'm like, it's all backwards. So I'm like, I don't know what to do.
This stream is best.
And it's StreamYard.com.
It is.
Yes.
.ca won't get you very far. So I was hoping it was one of those Canadian initiative things, but let's be serious. So yeah, it's a really easy site. I just went in, I gave it my email, it gave me a code. I pushed buttons, ended up here, which is pretty much how it worked.
Hey, Babs.
Yeah, it's super simple.
Oh, Babs up there. It is delightfully simple, actually. I am really enjoying this because I would have liked to have been adding people to live streams long since. I just didn't want to try and figure out how to freaking do it through YouTube's platform, or I downloaded that OSB software because I was thinking about twitching and looked at that and it's like heart attack waiting to happen. I'm just gonna leave that to the side.
Oh yeah, you're talking about OBS. That I hate OBS.
Right,
I've been trying for that for 5 years and I can't get that to work.
I thought it might have some potential for maybe a better sort of edited video, so I could, you know, not be so. Might as well have been live with my videos, but that's kind of what I like about doing them because it's really easy. But I think I'm gonna just delete it off my computer now that I've got that here because
I couldn't get OBS to work either because I experimented with streaming games, various games that I was playing, but like something wouldn't show up. Like I would set it up properly as far as I could tell, but like randomly it seemed too. Like either the game you couldn't hear the sound in the game, or you could hear the sound but you couldn't see the picture. Like it wouldn't. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's my computer or what, but I could not get OBS to work.
Yeah.
It just seemed like such a pain, you know. A couple of times maybe I dove into it. I thought maybe it had some potential, but I just never really gelled with it. This, on the other hand, I only really started exploring today because somebody wasn't doing a party to crash, from what I understood. So
Blame Reptiles TV.
Oh yeah, hang on a second. I've got banners here I can mess with. This one up there, and Sage is back. And unfortunately, no, I still can't hear you. So,
hey, do you have a mute on your headset? I'm thinking she's saying no.
Okay, yeah. I've muted and unmuted her mic just in case it was on this end, but I don't see that being it.
Hey, Happy New Year, your friends.
Indeed, Happy New Year. I did notice that. Just going to throw it up there. Have fun. The OBS is hard. Yeah, exactly. Kind of got to look to a different corner of the screen here. So I feel, you know, if I'm looking down to the side, it's because I'm trying to read what's going on in chats here. Sticky Bear was a reading game. Click on things, build a sentence, and then watch the corresponding animation, other things too. That was my favorite part. That actually sounds kind of fun.
Uncle Whippy asked if her headset is fully inserted.
Well, there's a good question too. Did you make that third and final click?
Is it all the way in the hole?
See, that would be inappropriate if I made that gesture, but
yeah, just the tip.
Just the tip. Yeah, well, that's her T-shirt logo. We just haven't got it up there yet. You know?
That's what we used to say when I. Man, like just the tip.
It's a good thought, though, Uncle Whippy. So I can just listen to yes, it's in the hole. All right. Well, we're getting somewhere there.
well, we can tell that she can hear us.
Well, there's that one too, isn't
there? She and I have been friends forever. Oh man, probably 20 years.
Yeah, you guys were well established when I met you.
Yeah, about that. So yeah.
Should have seen these two the first time I saw them together. It was like I could have just disappeared. It was so freaking hilarious. They're laughing their asses off for like all day.
She's in Australia and like it makes sense now, but about 6 months prior, you know, just that little, if I show up at your doorstep, do I have a place to stay? It's like, hell yeah, you do. Of course you do.
Well,
like,
obviously.
Hello. So, you know, some time goes on and we were still phone calling because that's what we did. And like just new to having Facebook. I think it was like the first year or second year Facebook was out. So everybody's making those connections there.
What's Facebook?
Right?
It's this thing other people are addicted to, but just stay away.
All of a sudden, and she doesn't collect Starbucks cards. Okay. So, and then all of a sudden in the morning, we hear this rickety sound and we're like, what the F is going on out there? Like, what the hell? And we were living in a like very busy neighborhood. So this was just a not good sound to hear. And I go look out the window and I'm like, some dumbass is trying to park an RV behind our van. There wasn't legally enough room between the van and the end of the road, right? So we're like, what the hell is this person doing? Like, what are they thinking?
We had seen a lot of really interesting examples of driving at that corner just up to the side.
I look out the window And there's Sage from freaking Australia, completely unannounced, standing at the edge of my gate holding the Starbucks card. And I'm like, holy shit, you're kidding me. And so I'm running out there, and they'd flown in and gotten an RV down in Vancouver so that they can come and have their visits and do what they need to do and whatever. And they were over for a few weeks. And so she came to stay with us for a little bit. And so, yeah, she just showed up at my doorstep. She's like, I had to bring you this Starbucks card all the way from Australia, which is a story all on its own of how she got that card just in time to get it, bring it to Canada here with me. But yeah, it showed up on my doorstep, and that first day was just like something you see in the movies. The sun went up, the sun went down. We were there, blah 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 blah. Like a moment had never even passed since the last time we hung out.
I got a ton of shit done in the background. No one knows.
Oh man, yeah. So yeah, we go way back. I forget what the whole point of that is, but that's an interesting story.
The point is, it's amusing to watch you two when you get together, and it'd be nice if this freaking sound would work on that end.
That reminds me of when I was in Canada and like I heard a knock at the door. I'm like, who the hell is bugging me now? And I open it up and there was you two. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, and they're like, yeah, we'll be back in like 5 minutes, dude. Wake up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we had texted you a couple of times. We're on our way, dude. Just letting you know, we're coming down.
Yeah.
Hour drive later. Open the door. Yes, we're here.
Well, in my defense, I did wake up, but I drank a few beers and then drank some vodka and stuff. So, you know.
Well, you're in Canada. That seems culturally appropriate. You're just trying to when in Rome.
But we went on one heck of an adventure that day.
That was great.
It was.
It was. It's definitely some fun moments that I will remember for a real long time.
Oh my God, yeah.
Everybody
I will never forget the intersection of Portage and Maine. The worst intersection in Canada.
Getting lost under the streets, I think, is probably one of my top moments in that. When all I really wanted was something to eat.
And then that lady's like, "Are you really lost?" We're like, "No."
Just come with us. We're like, but
Friendly, helpful couple. Well, you look like a bunch of young, suspicious strangers. Let's guide you out of this place. Okay.
Oh my God, vlogging in front of those dudes in the radio station with the sunglasses.
Sunglasses, man.
Yeah.
I wear my sunglasses underground. What does that say? You know, I know.
That's still one of my favorite parts. Is I'm like, is that a tablet? And you're like, no. Like you were in the middle of vlogging, and you're just like, no. And anyway, over here, and just kept on going.
That was a good day.
Oh,
that was fun.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, we have a hostage type
secret message.
Hang on a second. How do I make one person bigger? No, I want to make her bigger. How do I make Sage bigger?
It's the icon down below.
Which one, man? Like hers?
Yeah. It's not her. There you go.
Aha. All this equipment and I can't talk, but I'm still having so much fun. Well, it's good to know that you're still glad to be with us there. So do I unclick that again to make it go normal? Aha!
Yep.
I learned something today. Look at me, I'm learning.
Yeah, but I think if you click their icon, they get thrown backstage. It's one of those weird things where you click the little tiny icon and they become big. But if you click the big icon, they go backstage.
Oh, turns out that's true. Right. I figured we'd use you to demonstrate the principle here. It worked out well.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, it's tradition is what you're here for now. You're stuck with us. You're part of the freaking family, man. So, yeah, you're stuck. Somewhere deep in the heart of messages, I even have your phone number. If this didn't work out, I was going to phone you on a speakerphone and pretend you were in the background. And then we got to laughing about that because that would possibly upset a few people because what do you mean he's not visiting with me? So that
just kind of like hold your voice on at a camera view, right? Just
kind of pissed myself laughing.
We had it all planned out.
Yeah.
We
had a plan. You were going to be here. One way or another, you were going to be here. Crank call you until midnight. That's what it takes.
Right.
I got free long distance. I'm good to go.
Oh, nice.
Well, it's got one of those internet phones, right? So
we could crank anybody in North America and not have to pay for it.
Yes. Power.
Just saying.
I've got the same thing. I got like a pay for what you use kind of plan, and normally it's like $10 worth of taxes no matter what. So like my normal bill is like $15. When I went to Canada, I used data, I used text, and I called people, and my bill was only $25.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, nice.
That's a damn good plan.
Very nice.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah,
services
especially
are-
being international too, though, with that situation.
And roaming stacked on that, just so many different things they would normally.
I don't know. How much was ours for like the 2 years? Like $250.
What, for our actual phone?
Yeah.
No, it was way cheaper than that. It works out to $3 a month that we paid for 36 months.
Okay. So yeah, that.
Who's into quick math? Because I don't have a calculator handy. We
And
lost Sage. Sage, we love you.
And that
Wherever you
goes
are.
for everywhere in North America, as long as we have internet.
I see people here. I haven't said hello to anybody in the chat. So we got Random Mini Farm and Forge. Howdy, welcome.
Hello, hello.
Deborah McCrae. Yeah, poor Sage taking it like a trooper. All this power. Alrighty, brother. Hulk Hogan. Ooh, I'm old enough. I grew up when he was king. He was the man when I was a little boy. Yeah, you would. And a few other comments here. Wow, the power, the authority. How do you deal with it, Rev? I tell you.
I don't know. It's really weird right now because I can't even see the chat. So
What?
I either
Hang on, that's a settings thing. After these messages, we'll be right back. Guess
I think it's
your comments. You should be able to see it.
Well, I think it's a phone thing because I can either see you guys or I can see the chat.
Oh,
So I'll just like toggle back and forth, but until I hear something worthy about looking at the chat, I just don't even look. So sorry, chat.
All right, Dairy Sage is back. Nice mustache, Punky. Very cute. Very
Okay.
cute.
There we
I
go.
think you can hear me.
Yes, I
Hey,
can hear you.
Woohoo! Good.
Whew, not that I got much to say, but anyway.
Well, you know what I think. I think Punky has been suspiciously quiet.
I have been. Well, I'm watching the chat over here. So Lisa and Natalie, if you guys have JT posted the link to StreamYard. So if either of you have a microphone and webcam, you can join us too.
Absolutely. I have my buddy here. I fear no stranger danger. I'm good.
don't test me.
Can you see the smoke?
Putting forward a strong presence.
Can you see the smoke starting up again?
Oh my goodness, it's awful.
I was hoping that was
Okay,
a sepia-toned picture in the house that you were showing us, but that's the actual sky.
Yeah, it's 1:55 in the afternoon, and it's this dark. Yesterday it was literally all the street lights were on, house lights were on. It was so dark that it was like I felt like it was already midnight. So it was kind of crazy. Very really weird feeling. We ended up just going to bed because you kind of don't want to really think about what's out there. But I did share for you. I did film the birds that I kept thinking was crackling, and you can actually hear it a little bit. I'll send it to you. You can sort of hear it over the wind. But I kept looking up, and Shah was like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "I think there's a fire there." But we have 3 black cockatoos that have made nest in the tree right on our back fence, and they're quite safely there, and they've been there now for nearly 2 days. So they're
Get
quite happy, which
down.
is good. They're the only ones that we've seen.
So it's 2:00 there. So what? You're east side?
Yeah, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Tomorrow.
you're East Coast.
Yeah, sort of. I think so. I'm not really good with all my which way we are.
What's the closest biggest city to you?
Sydney.
Oh, that's my niece's name.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we'll be all my nieces and nephews have names of cities or countries, I guess. Scotland, Austin, and Sydney, and we're going to visit all of those cities
That's
before they're
awesome.
18.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, leave it a bit of time before you come to Sydney. There's a lot of preparing that has to happen.
Yeah, that's a very harsh situation going on.
Oh man, there's a party going on in your chat.
Seems to be. I think Punky is like she was saying, she's watching the chat, so she's kind of pulling the hashtag Todd Rob Jeff on us here, secretly in a whole other conversation.
Sounds like
Yes,
a-
I've been quiet. I've been quiet here, but active there.
Right? This is that layers of techno social shit, right? What's going on in chat, Punky? Update us.
a camping party.
Oh, Natalie. We have
Oh, well, hello, Natalie. Rock on. Human.
Hey,
It's so nice to see faces.
Happy New Year.
You know, it's like you're talking earlier about family, and it's like I have some people that I know well from, yeah, exactly. But I've never like seen their faces, so it's nice to know there's a human behind that that screen name, because you never know. You might just be really, really clever AI bots commenting on my videos.
Do you guys?
That's what I like to
see,
think I am. I'm a really clever AI bot.
There you go.
Do you guys want to see what the boys do? Like, well, my brother and his son, when they do in a crisis.
Oh,
Sure.
I'll show you. You'll probably laugh, but it's kind of cool. Because we had nowhere to go or anything to do and all roads were closed, like, so we just kind of pretended like nothing was really happening because we're quite safe.
you get creative.
So that's what they did. So if we go into the garage.
Oh, no way.
Oh, what have we here?
Is that race cars?
No.
No, it's canvases with paint. See
All right,
how?
Oh, painted.
Oh, nice. Oh, there we go.
oh,
There we go.
Thank you for embiggening it.
Yeah, I got to remember I've got this power, right?
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's awesome. I dig it.
So we end up with lots of paint everywhere, but this one's really cool. Ethan did this one. Oh, I just stood in paint. But this one's really, 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 really cool.
I feel that's a totally appropriate response to a catastrophe going on. I thought you were gonna take us in there, and there was gonna be something really weird, like they were just getting drunk and like
No.
I don't know, like throwing things at each other.
And we bought
Prairie.
these deer, and
wow.
we got them on sale, and it was right before the fire hit, and we raced home. But we grabbed these, and we decided to paint them.
Cool.
Oh, very
Oh,
cool.
that's beautiful.
So yeah, it was fun to have them in the garage. This was the last one they did.
Cool.
Are those alcohol?
Where?
want to?
Like, is it what kind
You
of
want
paint?
more hot dogs?
It's a medium, and they put it on, and then it has a acrylic and something else in there that reacts, and it causes it to bubble, and they move it around.
You want chocolate cake?
Yeah, I want chocolate cake.
That doesn't work.
I love that up.
The cake was
Who's offering cake?
well.
It's funny that Australia says garage a lot closer to Americans than Canadians do, because Canadians usually call it a garage.
Or carport?
Garage.
No,
Garage.
well, all the Winnipeg people I know call it a garage, like GRAGE, like garage.
That's true. They talk funny in the peg.
It's its own accent.
It is, eh? I don't know, garage.
Garage.
You
Oh, okay,
Garage.
well, yeah,
What do
that's
I
what we
call it?
say.
Garage?
Garage.
Did I say it like a Winnipeg? Garage, man.
Oh, you gotta highlight Punky because that dog is too cute.
Okay, hang on a second. And clicky.
Aw, look at
It's an
that.
adorable puppy dog.
Their new puppy,
Yeah, play belly out.
Harley.
Oh.
Our daughter named it Harley. We were gonna call it Holly, as in like holiday puppy.
Yeah.
But our daughter preferred Harley, so it's now Harley puppy.
Oh, those are some big paws. That's gonna be a big doggy.
Yeah. Woof, 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 woof.
Oh.
Our kitty cat's named Harley.
Aw, nice. Harlequin.
I'm gonna get a new dog soon, and
What's that?
I was thinking about. I always want to have a
Harlequin.
weird name, and I was thinking about naming it Not Sure after the main
Not Sure.
character in Idiocracy.
Nice.
can it be Dudette?
Could be.
Do that.
No, that would be here.
That would be. We're toying with the idea of getting pups around here. We're not quite ready yet.
We really want to wait until after Kai's wedding because then we'll
Fuzzy's
have
getting
time
married.
for it.
Congratulations to Fuzzy.
The leaf just fell. It's a burnt
Fuzzy's
one.
getting married on 420. What does that say?
Oh my God.
Nice.
It's a freaking Monday.
I hope it's a happy wedding.
Oh, it
How
should
could it
be a
not be?
special event.
Mom, can you make me a space cake, please? We'll just use water.
So I know you in a recent video mentioned something about recreational where you get the snake plant. So like, hello there. You're just floating.
That is such damn cute puppy.
I'm just curious, not that you admit on internet, but if you guys are you guys like stoners?
You know what? Since I know this is probably going to get demonetized in the end anyway,
I've been with them, and I can tell you for sure they are not.
Okay.
lies.
I mean, no judgment whatsoever. It's legal in the part of the country that I'm in. So
Right after you open the door, Mr. X. What was the first thing I did?
I could lit up a joint. It was so great. I was like, man, I'm a little drunk, and they're like, oh yeah, well, let's get with you, and just lit up a joint. I was like, all right, let's do this stuff. That's why I look so goofy walking around Winnipeg.
Well, we
Whereas
all
I
have
know-
those grins on our faces, like request for food.
In my
I
defense,
know.
I grew up in a city literally known around the world for the quality of its grass. I had to at least
Okay.
try.
oh yeah,
Surrey is what it is.
BC Hydro.
That's up there. That's up there. So yeah, to answer that question, I was in that recreational shop. It's totally legal now, and yeah, I confused the hell out of that guy when my question for him was kind of the cutting of the snake plant. I wish I'd had a camera for the look on his face because it was so clearly not what he was expecting. It was great. Oh,
I wish
That
I would
is
have had a
pretty fun.
camera going when I came into the immigration into Canada, because they were like, so who are you here to meet? And I'm like, oh, some people I know on YouTube. And he's like, oh, really? What do they do? And I'm like, they grow stuff. And he's like, oh,
Oh.
okay. And I'm like, no, not that. They grow peppers.
sure they do.
I swear, just get us views, man. Hit those ads.
Next time,
like-
instead of peppers, tell them they grow capsicums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently everybody else calls them capsicum. I don't know why.
I'd totally blow his mind. Although he did know something, because he's like, oh, so you grow like the ghost pepper, eh? And I'm like, yeah, no, that's where we start. Like,
Dude, is that your best Canadian accent after all these years?
no.
That sounded Indian. I thought it was like, you know, an Indian Canadian gentleman.
Very good ghost pepper. Yes, thank you very much. Great thing.
I do soak up everybody's accent, though. Like, I have words that I say that totally sound like I'm English. I totally say about. I say a all the time.
I got called out in a farm video recently for being a redneck southerner.
I did too. Redneck Canada Southerner.
Oh, at least you got Canada, but you live in the States, dude. I live in Canada.
That's
And
so
he
funny.
also said I sounded black. I'm like, though, that's completely contradictive. That does not make sense.
Not like you got soul, but Canadian soul, you know, like so a moccasin soul, a sort of a soft leather sort of thing going on. Comfy,
Yes,
but wearable.
some jackass on PlayStation, so that doesn't count.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't do the PlayStation thing, really. I'm a Nintendo generation. Always will be. Thank you very much. All right, so let's throw
Yeah.
a poll out there. And Punky, are you watching the chat still? Because apparently
I am. I kind of got lost. But yeah, so let me get back to it.
Can you make a poll? Is that what you're doing?
Can I make a poll? That's a good question, too.
Move to-
We can
Lisa
ask
sounded
everybody
Canadian.
a question.
Oh, Lisa
and do,
sounded,
like,
sounded Canadian. I grew up a few hours from Quebec, so I grew up in Maine. So I'm basically Canadian. But it was funny because talk about the immigration story. It was legal drinking age in Quebec was 18. So before we turned 21, and we lived so close to the border that we'd actually drive up to Quebec to drink before we turned 21. And because, of course, the age of drinking in Maine and most of the United States, I think, is 21. But I remember one time we got stopped, and we got pulled over and our car was searched, and they were like convinced that we had like weed. And it's like, for hours, they just like interrogated us trying to get into Canada. And they're like, we know one of you has marijuana and we're not letting you out of here until you tell us who it is. And I was just like, look, dude, like, I mean, we're a bunch of teenagers, but it's like, look, we're going to Canada to drink. We don't smoke dope.
Breaking a different law. Chill out. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. But,
actually skirting it.
It was crazy. But I mean, eventually it worked out. But that was only one time we got really like searched and like interrogated. Usually it was pretty smooth. I mean, we were a bunch of, United States punk teens, so they probably were suspicious all the time. But
this is the same for us in Canada, though. Your 18th birthday, doesn't matter where you are. You go to a province beside and you're legal.
Oh, okay.
Just across the line if that state happens to be an 18 state.
Right. So in BC, we go to Alberta for our 18th birthday.
I went to
okay. So it's not consistent across the provinces. Yeah.
Nothing is.
Everybody did it, right?
Well, thank goodness Quebec was 18.
Oh, yeah, because Quebec
we had a lot of good times.
The Canadian scene.
I mean, BC was 19, so you got to do it twice.
Yeah.
So
Talking about the story of like being harassed that you've got weed, I see a funny story of a friend in Canada, and he was outside and they actually did have bags of leaf because they were taking it to use it to like put in butter or whatever they do with it. And they had a van and it literally had like big bags, and there was a couple of bags sitting on the grass beside it. And this officer came down the alleyway and he was like, oh, shit. So he grabbed the rake and he started raking up leaves, and he put one of the bags on the ground, and then he had a joint in his pocket, so he lit it up. And he's like, officer's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, it's holiday season, man. I just got given this. I think I'll have some. And he goes, oh, have you got any more? And he goes, no. I live with the old lady. She's like really religious. So he walked him into the house right past all the bags. And the officer said, okay, keep going. But they literally had about 10 or 15 bags of and he just told him they were leaves. He was raking them up. So lucky.
With the getting into Canada, like getting harassed for weed thing, like if they would have done that to me, I would have had the best comeback, because I bought a carton of cigarettes because cigarettes are so expensive in Canada. I traded a carton of cigarettes that I bought in America. I took it to Canada and traded it for weed.
What's really tragic about that, my good friend, is that you still got screwed.
Yeah.
I heard about how those prices went down, and I could have done you way better for that same amount of cash.
Oh yeah, but that was there immediately. Like when I got off the airplane, I was
3
sitting in the parking lot waiting for me.
Give a guy a break. Like shit, man.
But the cigarettes weren't that expensive. They were like $50, and I ended up getting like a quarter.
Yeah, it's still not great. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
It wasn't great, but I didn't have any in a while. I was boozing it up at that point.
Yeah, I saw your room.
Yeah. Should have saw it the day before the last day.
What surprised me the most though was the pizza boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Because how many years have I been hearing you go off about you don't do pizza?
Don't like pizza.
Oh, I worked at this pizza place. I don't like pizza.
Well, let me clarify.
Walk in the fucking hotel room. Pizza.
But let me clarify. I don't like pizza. Will I eat pizza? Yeah, if I'm hungry enough. Yeah, I'll eat it.
It's like that moment.
I'll eat just about anything.
I'm not gonna like this, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
I've had Rocky Mountain oysters, man. You know what those are?
Sounds like another way to say prairie oysters. So yeah,
Buffalo.
probably testicles of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shock's got it. Deep fried bull balls.
That's just awful.
And they're actually very good.
Oh, no. No offense, I don't want balls in my mouth in any context.
Fair enough. I'm sitting here trying to decide how I would feel about that. If I was offered this on a plate.
That's not an uncommon response.
I don't know where that bowl has been.
I don't know. I think he had pineapple.
It's a tropical ball.
Sensory. What are you thinking? You get the Red Bull in there? What's Punky got?
Oh, this is the pool noodle. So I'm trying to find alternatives to the net cups in my aquaponics. So I want to try because I've been looking up using pool noodles and slicing it up and using those to hold the plants in. So I want to try it because I've never tried it before, and a couple of people have suggested it to me. But so I asked around town to see if one, because it's the middle of winter, so it's like I can't really find them at stores, and I don't really want to buy a new one for the experiment. So I asked on a local group if anyone had a pool noodle to give, and somebody delivered it tonight, but it's like covered in like this plastic, like fabric mesh, and my puppy loves playing with it. That's actually what I'm doing right now. She's on the other end attacking it. So now I can't use this pool noodle for my experiments because the dog loves it so much. So anyway, that's why I keep wiggling it. I'm not being weird.
I thought you were like shaking something to get ready to slam it, or I feel like I'm the only one drinking on this stream, which surprises me a little.
That is true.
We can't get anywhere to get any drinks.
I sometimes you gotta say, it's fun to, jiggle your noodle.
I'm not gonna deny that. I think any man who has shaken it more than twice to clean it knows exactly what I'm talking about. So
every live stream just devolves into talk of noodles and balls.
Oh, when I'm there.
In all fairness, you're stroking one and the other was a food topic. So I mean,
or boobs.
All right, well, 10 points for Earfront. I'm with you on the oysters. Yuck, but those aren't actually oysters that they're talking about there. So yeah. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I had no intentions of keeping this particular live stream even remotely controlled. Like I say, and actually haven't done in a while, I fear no stranger danger on this particular evening. And I'm just going to try and throw this out here. Again, we've got spots for 2 more people. I do apologize to Natalie because I don't know how long she may or may not have been waiting. I didn't know I had a scroll down option to see more people were trying to join the chat. So I am still learning here. But anyone apparently with a mobile device or a webcam, you're welcome to join in. We got 2 more spots. Join the chaos. I know you want to.
What time is it there now?
Here we are at 9:14 according to my computer.
And it's 10:15 where me and Punky are.
So you guys are gonna reach me first.
No, I probably won't be awake. I'm gonna probably fall asleep because I'm lame.
I'm curious.
Don't worry. I did that last night. I was in bed by 9 because I was so exhausted from being up for work and there wasn't anything to do. So I tried to watch TV and I was out like a light.
Yeah. I turned old officially, and now I wake up early for some reason. So I go to bed like really early.
Yeah, makes us get up early. So it's like second pot of coffee today, or literally, okay, if we're gonna try to stay up this late, we should have coffee around this time.
You gotta schedule these events.
It's like, oh man, we haven't been up midnight in a long time.
That's funny.
I grabbed the one of the biggest bottles of liquor that you could buy at the store, so I should be up till after midnight.
Oh, look,
why am I drinking alone?
He just got a drink and came back.
Where did he go? Okay, there we go. We haven't officially done that yet, huh?
And it's like half vodka, half mango punch.
Come here.
Mango.
I think I'm gonna go mango for one of the next.
Say hi. Here's Puppy.
This is pretty much the last of that mead.
Oh,
Look at that cutie.
Oh, puppy cam, hang on. There we go. Puppy cam.
Puppy Cam. He's going away now. he's like, there's the back of me. See you later.
That's a husky?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good. We rescued him a few years ago.
Rescues are the best.
Absolutely. The used dogs, hey, Sean?
Yes. You gotta love our used dogs.
Second hand.
All right. We got another poll situation. Are they used dogs or previously loved?
Last was our used dog.
He was previously loved.
It's second hand.
I know. We got like cousins going on here. You should have seen that poor bear in Yule. I had him upside down on the inversion table, mini skirt. It was terribly inappropriate. Told our son he should come over. That's his bear. What do you do?
It's like
Oh, we lost Sage again.
it's like 5 feet of bear standing up.
Give or take.
Wow, that's a lot of bear. Is that metric?
Is that metric?
Yes. Metric bear measurement. I don't know.
If it doesn't end in meters, it's probably not metric.
That's like 62 centimeters or something, right?
I can sit on this bear like a chair.
2 foot 1 inch.
62?
62 centimeters.
Oh, yeah.
Over 2 feet.
I was thinking 162, maybe.
It's roughly about 4 feet, give or take. So you're getting closer. You're getting closer.
That's how tall Susie is. So.
Never known a tall Susie, but that could be a whole different conversation. So
We don't need to have that conversation.
we lost Sage again. Well, we love you, Sage. See, wow, that bear looks huge. I gotta pay more attention to the comments. I do apologize to people in the comments. Normally I'm much better than this. But then again, normally I don't get to interact with people. So
The bear just
Hey,
kind of just me talking in my room. Hanging out with the Jiff Bear here today. How do you feel about all this peanut butter nonsense in kindergarten?
anyway, I'm gonna log off because the internet's being funny, and I'm gonna probably go have a shower because all the smoke. But I really don't want to leave because this has been like the highlight of my new year. But thanks, guys. It's really awesome meeting you, and it's great to see you guys again. And yeah, love you all.
we love you.
Bye.
Much love
And
to
then-
you. Last having you. Thank you for joining us this particular
Happy
New
New
Year's
Year.
Eve.
Happy New Year, pretend. Cheers.
Salute.
And we'll stay in touch.
Take this with you.
All right.
You
Bye,
say,
guys. Have
be
fun.
safe.
We'll
Take
do.
care.
Bye.
You better.
Bye.
Fucking better.
Later.
Natalie says they let you out with the public about once a year.
Wow.
Well, they'd only let me out once a year if they were really thinking wisely about it. But no, they let me out whenever I want. Bad call, public. Bad call.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to highlight Deborah's comment from a while back that said, Winnipeggers, LOL, they talk like they drive with no mind for anyone else.
That's a true story. I got to find that one because that's got to go up.
I know. All I could think of was Portage in Maine. Portage in Maine.
Portage in Maine.
And if you think Winnipeggers are bad drivers, you got to go to Vancouver sometime, especially like during rush hour, As a person who grew up in that particular environment, Winnipeg drivers seem remarkably sane. So just throwing that out there, they're not Canada's worst drivers. They're not our worst by far. The ones that grow up in the mountains on those icy roads and still do those same speeds with no regard for your safety, those are crazy blanks. I would know. I was one. I haven't gotten a speeding ticket in over 5 years. I'm actually like, it's a red letter day for me. Circle it on the calendar.
I'm 10 years clean. Oh, and by the way, I'm on YouTube for over 10 years now. December 24th was my 10-year anniversary.
Happy
Nice.
anniversary.
See, so I totally get away with this then. So we're just going to throw that one back up there. But that does prove that you were here first because I started in 2012. So that solves the argument. I subbed to you way.
Well, I only put up 2 videos until like 2013.
Too late. Your channel's up earlier. You get the blame. But then Punky's been up forever too. She's ditched her mic at this particularly inconvenient moment. But actually some fairly long established tubers on the panel right now. You'd think if there were people out there watching, it'd be a good time to pick our brains because we've been through hell as YouTube has been changing.
Yeah, Punky got demonetized just for video titles. I got asked to be monetized when I had like less than 200 subscribers. They just sent me an email and was like, hey, do you want to be monetized? And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, back in the day, they were just giving that shit away. And then, I actually thought the video title that Punky got in trouble for was quite amusing. But
so did I. I thought it was awesome.
Related.
Sorry, I had a.
It was the one about having to remove a rooster from your household.
Yeah, it was
different.
Big cock problem.
I thought it was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, that's still demonetized.
First steps. We're talking about how long we've been on YouTube and how kind of like the first videos and whatnot, and our milestones and whatnot. And
Yeah.
Rev had mentioned that your demonetization for a video that shouldn't really have been demonetized.
Yeah, well, I was blacklisted on YouTube. Like, it was beyond demonetized. I got like in serious trouble by YouTube. When I was still very young, I had like less than 200 subscribers, and they basically were like, "Go to hell. We're not going to help you, and we're going to destroy your channel." And I don't know. That's obviously paraphrasing, but it was really messed up. And I was like, "Why?" And they're like, "Well, it's our policy. We can't tell you why." I was like, "Okay." They're like, "Well, you can appeal it if you want." I was like, "Okay." So I appealed it, but they won't tell you what you did in the appeal. They said, "Well, what are you going to do different?" And it's like, well, how do I know what to change? And to this day, I still don't know. But eventually, I guess I'm not blacklisted anymore, and I was able to monetize again. But it was beyond, it was beyond demonetizing. Like, not only did I lose ads, they actually explicitly said that I was going to be removed from recommended videos, and I was going to be devalued in the search algorithm and all this other horrible stuff.
Oh,
and
wow.
Like, to this day, I still don't know what I did wrong. And that was way before the big cock problem. And, you know,
Well,
and
see, I always thought it was that video title, and because
I don't think so.
Like it was at about that time, and it's like, yeah, okay, well, they're being a little bit on the purist side, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
it was right after that it was right after that video that she put out a video that said that like she was no longer monetized, like blacklist, like no recommended, no
bad.
nothing.
And I fought that thing for months and months. And then like 2 years later, it suddenly I looked at my dashboard or whatever in the creator section, and it said enable monetization. I was just like, that had been blacked out. Like, I couldn't select anything there. And I was like, okay. So I click enable, and it's like, congratulations or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I guess I can do ads again.
Nice.
But it was just like, I don't know. It was just like years later, they put it back. But it was bad. So I don't know what it was. Maybe it was that. Maybe they thought. But my channel was also called Cleavage and Crops. So I don't know if that had something to do with it.
Which I thought was a cute name.
Yeah.
I love that name, and I still miss it.
And you had a very racy appropriate thumb or icon for your title there to get people's attention, which is what your goal of the channel was to grab your attention, enlighten you about gardening. This is why we should all be doing it. And thanks for joining the party.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It became, but I mean, it's not like I always have that, but it was an ongoing joke because it actually predate what, because I was doing this stuff on different social media before YouTube, and more just like pictures and text sort of thing, kind of blogging sort of thing. But and that was just the running joke because I would post pictures of my aquaponic setups that I had at the time, and I'd post pictures of myself. And those were the few things people wanted to see. So I just combined the two, and I'm like, all right, now it's Cleavage and Crops. That's what people love the most. And but I don't know what the deal was. So that name went away, unfortunately.
Your whole evolution
I'm
is
now Punky Rooster. So. What's that?
Your whole evolution has been really fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
it's been an interesting wild ride. I've enjoyed it a lot.
It definitely has been. Hey.
Yeah.
So how's suburbia been treating you?
It's actually not bad.
I think I could do it.
That house was the house I was in. I enjoyed having 17 acres and I missed the land, but the house I was in was a disaster. It was 250 years old. It was falling apart. I spent every single waking second that I wasn't actually working my day job trying to fix up that house. And I got a lot done on it, but it got too much. And then, life changed too. Like, things changed for me at work, and I couldn't, because I had been working remotely and I couldn't really do that as much anymore. So I needed to be closer to my work because, I had moved about 2.5, 3 hours away from my job. So
that's a long ass drive.
Yeah, it was bad, and I couldn't do that in one direction. So 6 hours of commuting every single day, and I was just like, no. So that's a big part of it, and it's just to get back to nice things because my daughter was starting public school, and the public school out where I was literally not literally, but it was effectively a shack in the woods. It was, I lived out in the middle of nowhere, so the elementary school.
Rural one-room schoolhouse.
Bad. Like, half the school was shut down because it's like asbestos and it was falling apart and all this other yeah. So I was like, I want a slightly better education for my daughter.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Fair enough.
See, we're lucky there. Our youngins are, the boys are, one's already married, the other's getting married in April. Daughter lives with her mom. Everybody's basically grown up.
She's getting homeschooled now.
She is getting
homeschooled now. Which is going to be a much better education for her.
Oh, yeah.
Like that. That made my day when she said that to you.
We may be exes for a reason, but if there's anything I can count on, it's that my daughter is now being homeschooled real well. Probably better than she wants, but real well.
That's good.
Well, there were a couple of things we agreed on. Not many, but a couple. Education was up there, so yeah. Woo.
Holy.
Cemetery. Well, hello.
Hello, cemetery.
Welcome. Nice to see you. I'm loving this clicking buttons thing when I notice changes over here. So should we try and encourage Cemetery to join the chat here? Rev, is this going to work?
Eric's still here. Oh.
No, he's not going to join.
I'm just
You
going to
can
throw
ask
it
him.
here for whoever, because I fear no stranger danger. 2 out of 3 people on this panel can attest to that. We were in some real sketchy parts of the peg when we were down there. 0 fucks were given. It was good. It was fun.
What's up, Cemetery? What's up, Eric? Let's see Eric in here.
Oh, there's Eric. Howdy, Eric. So yeah, Eric. Honestly, I kind of thought maybe you would be one of the first people to join me in this whole test subjects thing. Just throwing that out there. Who thinks Eric should join us? Anyone?
Yeah, go for it. Hop in, man.
Yeah, we got all hands up there, so just throwing that out there.
4 New Year's revelers say Eric should join the live stream.
Punky's playing a pool noodle. I don't know if that counts as reveling or not. We shall see. We shall see.
One of the didgeridoo. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
play
Eric
that noodle, Punky.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, this might not be the most appropriate place for you to be.
So, Punky, a solution could be just cut that thing in half and then tie off the other end so you can have half for the aquaponics and then the other half for the puppy.
True.
Compromise, right?
I'm really just doing it anyway, so I could probably just cut off even like a little slice here. Just like a little at the top. Just the tip.
Just
the tip.
The meat is fantastic, Cemetery. Thank you for asking. But I think since we're on the aquatonics, gin and aquatonics for me. I think since we're on the aquaponic topic and we have an aquaponic panel, I think a lot of people are downright curious to know. So, Rev, how's it growing?
Oh, hitting the hard questions.
Not to put you on the spot, but here's the spot. You're on it.
I really didn't do any growing at all this year.
Really? So it's are you shut down out there, or is it just kind of doing its own thing and nature's taking its course with whatever's still in the tanks? Or
nature's taking its own course, but yes, it is shut down.
It is. Yeah.
Yes, it was tripping the breaker every time it was raining, and the last time it did, I just let it stay tripped because I reset it. I filled the, like, I don't know, 450, 500 gallon hot tub almost all the way up to the very top and had some goldfish in there and then turned it on. Luckily, it rained a couple days later and I went out there and looked at it and it was like, I don't know, like a foot of water left in there. And I was like, oh, dang, like that would have sucked if it would have kept on going. And so I just kind of kept it off. So the fish are doing their thing and the plants are kind of doing their thing, and
goldfish are remarkably sturdy.
Yeah,
that's why I use them.
Oh yeah, no, they're great, and catfish are great too.
Just not in the same tank, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely not, because they'll eat the goldfish.
Exactly.
But no, I've got catfish like 2.5 feet long, like big catfish, and they were like, I don't know how big around they were. I guess if you do like a measure around, like at least 6 or 8, maybe 10 inches around.
Oh, wow.
They were big.
Coming up next on What's for Dinner, Carolina fried catfish.
Fried catfish.
He just giggles.
I had fried catfish when I was down in Georgia, and I got to say, I freaking loved it. So, yeah.
You were in Georgia?
I've been in Georgia, yeah. Before I started getting stopped at the border all the time. I used to go across the border all the time. Every second year, we'd go from Vancouver to Columbus, Ohio, and back. And my dad was very creative, so we took different routes. I've been to a surprisingly large number of places in the States.
Oh, I'm very sorry that you went to Ohio.
I'm not. About some of the old good childhood summers that I spent, so that's all right. Aside from writing essays.
I'm originally from Pennsylvania, so there's that Pennsylvania-Ohio rivalry.
Oh, is there an issue there? Well, I'm told I'm from Pennsylvania Dutch, which I'm also told means we were excommunicated Amish. So I really don't know what that means, but there's that. So I don't know. I'm first generation Canadian, kind of, sort of.
Punky, you should start a new trend of pool noodle dancing. Because in belly dancing, there's these ladies that do swords.
The sword, yeah. I was totally thinking.
The sword
That's a
dance.
great point.
Get it going on there.
Yeah,
I'm nowhere near
good balance there.
but I'm in front. Good.
Yeah, well, I'm. You said you're Pennsylvania Dutch. I'm adopted Canadian.
That's
Yes,
true.
you are.
We have embraced you and your strange ways. We love you anyway.
You're not the only one. I've been told that by a lot of different people. Also Australia, also England. Oh, and Scotland. Or no, not Scotland. Ireland. Or wait, no. And Scotland.
Let's face it, the colonies love your ass. You're welcome pretty much everywhere.
I just love everybody.
Cemetery. JT, aren't you supposed to be on the left of the screen? We went with a mirrored thing, so it's a little more accurate for us. To me, she's on that side, so it just makes sense. So, yeah.
I'm like, this is normal.
Kind of, sort of. It's normal how we live, but still waiting for more people to join into the chat, which is interesting
Punky
and
shooting her
fascinating.
noodle off.
You know, if I did that in a live stream, I know for a fact this would get demonetized. You know, just saying.
No, but you might start a whole new industry.
That's not
A
an
little
industry, it's just a
side
different
hustle.
website.
I'll be your pimpin' bitch mama.
I feel so safe right now. I tell you.
Oh, sorry.
All right. So I got to say, I want to thank you guys for joining me in this live stream debacle as I test this thing out, because it's fascinating. And yeah.
Well, thank you for hosting it and starting it. It was a good time. We should do it more regularly, especially if it's I mean, disorganized is fantastic, but it would also be great to do like chats about talking about aquaponics and whatnot and various subjects in homesteading and gardening. That would be amazing if we get a group of people together and actually discuss.
Can you imagine a group of people that would join in on my live stream that could stay on topic? Right?
Well, that's where I was going to go with it. I was going to say I wouldn't have a topic. I would just say start talking and just have fun, and because you will go onto a topic. So if aquaponics is a topic that you're going to go to, just say at the beginning, we're going to go to aquaponics, but how are you doing, Punky? Just do that kind of thing. Eventually it's gonna go right back to the topic that you want to talk about.
Embrace the chaos.
Well, flattering, but I think you've had conversations with me in public. Unless it's food, it's probably not going back to that topic. All right, so a topic I do tend to go back to. Drinks, anyone? Punky, do you have some apple juice to fake it with us, or
drinking apple juice? Happy New decade, everyone.
Well, I only say that because if you say we're going to stick to this topic, we're going to talk about just goldfish in aquaponics, then I don't know. It seems like I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'm just watching the wrong live streams or hosting the wrong live streams. But it seems like the topic goes stale pretty quick. But if you leave it open-ended where there is no topic, it goes 3 to 5 hours. And you just keep on talking and talking and talking. And you're, oh, well, what about this? Well, you're talking about goldfish. What about catfish? What about, cichlids? Or what about, and then it just switches.
Pick broader topics.
Yeah. That makes sense.
That's why I don't even pick a topic. I just when people are like, what's our topic for tonight? I'm like, whatever you want to talk about. Let's just talk about something. Yeah. Let's talk about why Punky got freaking blacklisted by YouTube. Oh, because YouTube sucks.
Well, it's New Year's Eve and I was drinking, so I kind of said at the beginning of this, I have no intention of sticking anywhere near A, monetizable, or B, topical. We can go all over the fucking place. I don't care. I'm looking
Oh.
for stranger danger here. I'm throwing links out there. We don't have any creepers joining.
He
in.
wants to be kidnapped, people.
Well, there's another that's another great thing that I can tell you about, because I monetize every single one of my live streams. YouTube will tell me when it's not monetizable. So, and they don't give you a strike for it. They just say it's not monetizable. So you just go ahead, talk about whatever you want. Like I have Susie on, she's swearing up a storm. And I'm like, oh, this one's totally going to be demonetized. I wake up the next day and it's like, oh, it's still monetized. Weird.
They demonetize cleavage. I've determined that I've tested this. Like the lower my top is and the more cleavage is showing, it hits a threshold where it will automatically be demonetized, and I can't get it monetized because there's a couple where I'm wearing like tank tops and it's like really low, and I can't get it monetized to save my life. They just keep rejecting it.
It's
I
interesting.
have to
There's like
say,
nothing wrong with the video.
So, just
What's
testing the theory, going
Yeah,
further
and I've tested
further down.
various lengths of cleavage. There's actually like the cleavage itself. There's like a certain they must have like an algorithm to like test the video.
Brings up the ruler. Yeah.
I swear it does. 'Cause
Why
I-
would-
whoa, not 2.5 inches.
yeah, exactly. Loud. Yeah, exactly.
Howdy to BD Beats. Thank you for joining us there.
Holy crap, BD's here?
BD's here, yeah. So there's a link out there, and
Who's joining?
I know that certain individuals have joined in these sort of New Year's Eve live streaming events before. I like to refer to this particular group as the PLC Classic group. I think we know who we're talking about here. So I fear no stranger danger. Come on, bring it. Bring it. We're open for pretty much any topic, any question. I'm not taking off any clothes because it's Manitoba in the wintertime, but otherwise I'm pretty much open.
Speaking of taking off clothes, so this is what I was thinking about when I was like, because I saw Rev doing StreamYard and I started looking into it and was thinking about doing it myself. And I was like, well, should I post the link to join like you are, JT? But then I was like, no, knowing my luck, I'd have like somebody coming on. It would be like chat roulette where you log in and all of a sudden there's some dude's package on the screen and be like, great.
You have an amazing amount of control though. Like as fast as you can click, dude's package can be gone.
That's
and
good to know.
They were looking at like the sharing screenshots. Apparently those have to be approved by the person who's running the chat. So I don't know if Rev, have you had any issues with having screenshots that were not acceptable? Oh, I know that forehead. Hey, welcome, Eric.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Eric?
Happy New Year. Nice to actually chat with you.
Yeah, I figured I'd come on for a little bit.
All right. So
No, I haven't had that yet, but I have been in the chat on live streams where that has happened. So, but you just got to be careful of who you let into your live stream. You can, like, that's what I love about StreamYard. You can just put the link right out there and anybody can join, but you have to accept them. So
they just hanging out in the studio until you go, yeah, you know what? Okay, you're cool.
Yeah.
You go back in the studio dungeon for a while, wait your turn. You're in a timeout, just chill.
Yeah, and I hear a lot of people say, like, you got to have your camera on before you can go live. And those are a lot of trusting people. I don't really do that. I only let people that I know on my live stream. And as long as you do that, you should be good to go. Unless you have some assholes for friends that will, porn bomb you or something like that. But
I don't think my friends that are assholes are that creative, but I definitely have some asshole friends.
oh yeah, I'm one of them.
They're just not that emotionally invested in it. Yeah.
Summoning Rob. I'll
Wondered.
Rob on Instagram and tell him we're live.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I've seen Rob for a while.
Rob circle going.
Everyone think fish.
You'd be like, sorry, man, I'm out fishing. Catch you later.
Here front. What is this StreamYard exactly? An explanation for dummies. Well, this is the For Dummies Go. This is my first go with it. StreamYards and Rev, correct me if I'm wrong here, is a site you can log into real quickly with your email. And then all of a sudden you can stream to your favorite platform for free, or you can spend X dollars to stream to it.
Guys,
But it makes it point and click easy to let people come in and join the panel. You'll notice I actually have people on the live stream as compared to normally it's me wishing somebody would say something in the chat.
That's usually me.
You are my
Or
number
me.
one supporter on Bear Family Farms for the chat, dude. I thank you so much. Oh my God, that series has not gone as well as I had hoped.
Well, you got it on the wrong channel.
Well, yeah, but farm stuff seems inappropriate on a gardening and aquaponics channel.
No, it's the same. Farm
No,
and
it's the
garden
same
is all-
thing.
Yeah, if you're a gardener, you're a farmer, if you ask me.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
there are similarities, but you know what? The average gardener doesn't necessarily. Punky, you may want to unplug your headphones for this. Well, yeah. There are a lot of things that go on a farm that are somewhat dramatically different from going on in a garden, and that is why I initially separated the two channels, because I didn't want to force that imagery on people that weren't necessarily prepared for it. And I figured anybody who subs up to the farm channel probably knows there's a reason I took that a different direction, right? So
No, that's like saying I have one kid versus I have 5 kids.
It's not, because personal messages from people that are like, "Are you really gonna do that on your channel?"
yeah, and like both, okay, because I have like one blood, and I have 2
Yeah, screw them.
and they brought another 2 in, so I have 1 kid and like 5 kids. So that's a very personal attack, okay? I'm not sure I like that.
And then YouTube was all like a couple years ago, or whatever, how many years ago. If you're going to do several different things on your channel, you should think about separating your channel and what you're doing on each one.
I know you two remember this.
Right? So how many different channels separated and
Niche.
became very like niche specific in that time frame? Whereas like the farm channel is more for homesteading, what we're learning that way. And the GT Bear family is like gardening, aquaponics.
The outdoor channel was born for shooting at stuff, because if I was going to get demonetized, I only wanted it 1% of my shit getting demonetized.
Yeah.
The kitchen channel was born to be its own thing, because I figured who the hell's going to want to watch me in the kitchen? So it all got split up, right?
I understand that. I've wrestled with that since the beginning of my channel, because I like to cover a lot of topics.
Right.
So yeah. So I kept it on one channel because I constantly would put up videos asking my viewers what they like, and they're all just like, no, one channel. And I'm like, I know it goes against that YouTube directive that you should split up and have very specific. And I think there is truth to that. I think the more niche and more specific your channel is, the faster it grows, because I'm a generalist and my channel grows super duper slow, because it doesn't have that immediate, like, people don't come, people come and they're like, oh, well, you had a really cool video about bees, but what the hell are these other videos about aquaponics and growing mushrooms and all this other stuff? So, it probably is best for success if you do get really specific. Like I should have had punky mushrooms and punky beekeeping and punky whatever, but
see, it gets hard. It gets so freaking annoying at this point, though, right? Like, because I have, now that I've created this system, I have to follow it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I started mine with Revto's TV. It's my TV. It's a generalization of everything that I'm doing. But the same thing that Punky just said. Yeah, no, people like my aquaponics and hydroponics and growing and stuff like that. But I'll tell you what, I get more hits off of my automotive stuff than I do anything else.
Yeah.
Like things like, go to Google right now and type in 3-sided LED light. My video is #1.
Nice.
And like they love that stuff, but it's not like, they'll come and they'll be like, what the hell is this stupid growing peppers and hydroponics? This is stupid, and unsubscribe. So I get like this ebb and flow of like, oh, wow, look at all these subscribers. Look at them all go. Look at all these subscribers. Look at them all go.
I'm the same way.
I get something very much like that on my channel too. Like every time I put out a video, I'll lose subs on it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, I asked myself, why the hell did somebody unsubscribe to that? Like on the edible goldfish video, yes, this makes sense. I offended people on
that was a good one.
Fun. That was one of the most fun videos I've ever put up.
Funny,
just
right?
Because, right?
I saw that coming a mile away, man. I love that. That was great.
Anyone who watches my channel on a regular basis should have seen that shit coming. Those were not just cheap ass feeder fish, right?
Yeah, I think the advantage of being a generalist, though, like the positive side, is that when people come and they stick around because of you. Which is really awesome.
That's why my channel was Eric Hale. It's like I only try to make videos for my family and friends, and not for like everybody else.
Yeah.
To
See, and
watch.
that's one of the things I love about your channel is the authenticity of it, right? I think everybody on this panel, actually, there's not a lot of bullshit on this panel right now. Oh, we lost Rev. That's a little bullshit, but he's just left. So that's, I don't know what's up with that, but I think we'll just bring that banner out for a moment here.
So Rob says, hey, Happy New Year's, everyone. He'll try to stop by later. I just messaged him on Instagram, so he's a little busy at the moment. I bet he's fishing.
I was just gonna say, I bet he's ice fishing.
Or doing something with drying peppers or something.
I missed that. Beg pardon?
I don't see where he's at.
No, you. I heard you. You're in the same damn room.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say drying peppers still.
Drying peppers still could be. Are you still drying peppers? I saw that contest plenty of years, man. That thing just kept going, and it's a freaking Energizer bunny.
Dude, I dehydrated so many peppers. I don't know what to do with it all. You know, when you're sitting with over 20 pounds of different dehydrated peppers, it's like, what do you do with all that? You can only eat so much powders.
We have Tom joining us.
Hi, Tom.
Hello, hello. Someone new to the panel. And Eric, you can eat so many peppers, but I have yet to find that limit. So, when you get tired of them peppers, I'll give you my mailing address. You just send them on up here. I'll find a good home.
Hell yeah, same here, man. I eat pepper powder on everything.
All right, that said, probably cheaper to send them to Rev because international mail sucks.
Yeah.
We've tried that game. It's almost cheaper to visit each other. Just close to it. All right, so Tom, can we hear you? Are you?
Can you?
I can. All right. Welcome to the chat. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year to you.
This is fun. I'm really enjoying this whole StreamYard thing and just point and click, getting people in the chat. I mean, Rev's just walking away again.
Was there a comment earlier about sending things to Canada, the cost of postage? Was that what that discussion was?
The cost of postage to Canada, it's cheaper to put a person in a box. It's crazy. Like,
well, the only experience I've had with that is a copy of my book. Somebody in Canada wanted one. It was like insanely expensive to send. And then I had that Aero Garden seed starter that didn't fit on my machine, but I knew it would fit on yours. I was thinking about sending it to you, but I actually went to the post office and it was like so expensive. It's going to cost like 3 times what I spent on the thing. And I'm like, oh, sorry, JT, I'm just going to return it.
I appreciate the thought. I really appreciate the thought. But hey, on that note, did you see Troll Forge kind of like cut up and converted a little Aero Garden sprout?
I did.
Very creative. I love that man. Very resourceful. Very resourceful. Definitely a spirit brother. So we lost Rev. We lost Tom. People are dropping out of the chat like flies here.
Rev still has a box going.
Rev still has a box going, but he's gone from his box.
We'll just have to enjoy his chair.
It's a lovely.
Everyone stare at the chair.
All right, I'm a recliner.
Is that a grow light back there?
Hey.
Like the purple.
I think that's his kitchen window grow light, isn't it?
What is that?
It used to could have some peppers under that.
I'm just trying to observe. What can we learn about him looking at his house?
All right, 10 points to the cemetery for the best powder reference so far. He's securing a few burgers on the new side burger holster. I'll take a burger holster.
Burgers.
BD sent me Rob Blumberg's picture of him with his burger holster to share to the group, but I don't know how to bring it up to show people.
So
okay, apparently at the bottom of your screens, according to all the YouTube tutorials I watched this morning, well, this afternoon, prepping for this shit after work, there should be some way at the bottom of your screen, like a little share screen thing, and you should be able to try and put it up there, and then I'll get to go, well, I don't know if I approve of this yet or not, and in theory, I allow it, and we're good to go. Susie, well, Happy New Year's, motherfucker. See, that's what I'm talking about. Canadians swear. It's like drinking beer to us. It's just we're born doing it. It's just part of the way it goes. Who is Punky? Are you serious, Cemetery? Wow.
Punky Rooster. Check me out on YouTube. YouTube.
Tom Turner, you were on briefly. I don't know what happened to you. If you come back, I'll throw you in there.
Friends.
Yeah. Happy New Year's. You're off to go and rub your cat. I ain't touching that one, but I mean, Punky, if you want to go there.
Happy New Year, Susie.
Yeah,
that is in my wheelhouse, but I won't be discussing that.
My kitty ran away. I don't know why.
Rev, did BD send you a picture of Rob's new burger holster to share to the group? Because I don't know how.
No, he didn't send it to me.
Oh, come on. I need to see a burger holster. This is Canadian need to know shit.
Yeah. Is it on Instagram?
All right. I'm going to throw this up here again because I saw Susie and I see Charles P. So these
Maybe
are
BD should just hop on the live stream and show it.
Right? That would be so much easier, BD. And I know you don't have any of these live stream issues like so many people do. So come on. This is everybody's opportunity for stranger danger. Give me what you got. If you're willing to stalk me, I know you're committed because I know how far you've come from civilization. So. Come on out. Oh, Rev, and 4 people that were watching at the same time. Instantaneous. Do you think Rev's watching on 4 different pages to try and like fake numbers or what's going on?
Oh man.
Oh, Eric, is this the picture?
Burger.
Yeah, that I just sent.
Oh, here. Let me see.
Okay.
If I can
If
just...
you click on that, I guess that should show the picture.
I tried clicking on it, and that's what I got. So, anyone?
I got it.
Shox has got it, but Shox is not joining us because she's right here. So, okay, seeing that on the secondary screen is not helping our viewers, but trust me, that is worth seeing. So, I get one of those for like pulled pork in a bun. Just slip it inside. But... So, what do you want?
I clicked open it in a new window.
Okay.
In a new tab. And then I saved it.
New technology. It makes life so much easier. But at the same time, I really am enjoying the evening, and it's nice to be able to chat with everybody. It's all about learning. Oh, gotta watch my movie with my man and cook insane tenderloin. Well, you know, you could like share tenderloin with everybody else. It's only 3 hours, Susie. Just stay in. And hellos to everybody. So I guess she won't be joining us this evening. Got other plans, apparently. Yeah. My plan was to catch his party. Like that Brady Bunch one, like the story of him. We're talking to her, and down there we've got Eric. Woo! Except it sort of works, right? Because like it's all in place.
What up, Susie? Why don't you hop on?
Because she's making a tenderloin, and I'm not even going to touch that joke with somebody else's 10-foot pole. I'll drive over there tomorrow. The tenderloin won't be fresh, and I will be hungover. So I'm just saying, I am not good company when I'm hungover. In fact, I'm decidedly bad company. You got teddy bear stalkers coming in on Punky's screen, and puppy dog stalkers coming in. Speaking of puppy dog stalkers, Mr. Rev, how's the redhead? She passed out already this evening?
Yeah, she's licking herself right now.
And other things that make me jealous of my dog. Call a duck a duck. So we were kind of curious and discussing in your absence, because you know how it goes when you leave the stream, right?
Well, that's the rule.
Right? PLC Classic and shit. Is that still an effective grow light going on behind you there? Is that the kitchen window set up? And or
yeah, there's nothing under it, but it's still on.
I just like the pink light. It gets me all in the mood when I'm making morning coffee. You know? I love my coffee in every way a man can love coffee.
When I'm cooking my chicken, you know, it makes me feel so much better.
Woohoo! Chicken jokes. You gotta love it. Oh man. Forgetting all metaphors, I'm about ready to choke a few of the chickens that we've got out back. We've got this one. She's got a green dot on her bum because she's like ridiculously aggressive. And I've had to test a few chicken calming theories on this particular bird. It is amazing how fast when you pick them up by their feet, they just chill right out. I suspect few of you know what I'm talking about here. Eric, have you done chickens? I know
I've got chickens.
Yeah.
I've had chickens for years.
So I got a good chicken panel going on here.
I was watching that.
I'm not quite sure what I just looked over to see going on there.
I think it was a teddy bear lobotomy.
Yeah.
Take long.
I think that goes up to the nose, though.
Takes twice as long as a politician, I hear.
No, I think it goes through the eye.
Through the eye. I really don't know.
Isn't it like?
In
Oh,
control.
right.
What's up?
I was thinking of the ancient Egyptians when they used to remove the brain through the nose.
Up through this nose, and you get in there and you pull it all out. Hello, welcome to the live stream.
Oh my gosh, Harold, thank you for having me.
Well, you're welcome,
You want to see what I'm making?
Well, I heard it was a tenderloin, and I'm trying
Oh, I forgot the lid is on it.
Yeah, I gotta censor these things.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna pull this shit out for you guys. To take a look at. Give me 2 seconds.
Anybody else want to touch this potential joke? Susie's about to open it up for us live stream. Anyone?
Oh, I'm about to shut.
What do we got going on here, Punky?
All right, take a look at this, you guys. Are you fucking kidding me?
Nice. Go, Eric.
I don't know if it's fogging up or not, but I don't know. Can you see it?
That don't look bad. Nice.
Well, it like literally just started. Okay, so just hold your horses, okay?
I can't hold my
Just
horse.
hold the horses. I'm just asking you to hold the horses.
Yes, different accent, I see.
Fuck yeah! Oh my gosh, and I've got some bear skins. Woohoo!
I don't know how to do Ukrainian accents. Christian. Oh, Christian. I'm getting, she walks off the screen and all of a sudden she's full of advice, It's amazing. Now who can hear the screen?
Punky, I was growing heirloom stuff before heirloom stuff was cool. I was,
And then heirloom stuff was not cool anymore because you started growing them. So.
Oh. Yeah, I was pointing out this will make all you pepper people sad. I'm excited about this. This is the habanada. It's the heatless habanero.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep this completely off the air anyways. I have nothing against you, Eric. Wink.
Cool. This is the part where the average
Rev
cracks the beer and says, "Tell me more." But I don't know if I should.
Okay, well, I'll tell you. I probably shouldn't actually. It's not really a thing for online.
Well, then we're going to change the topic. I got a question about that habanada pepper then that Punky was just showing.
Yes.
Yes.
Peppers.
Yes.
Why grow a habanero with no heat?
Because I love habaneros. I love the growth habit of habaneros. I love how productive they are. And actually, most chinense peppers are just amazing to grow and so productive. But they're all extremely hot.
Hey, wait, hold on. Charles actually just told me about this guy yesterday, inviting me to this group, and he's actually sending me seeds right now. They're the giant habs. Roger starts with a T. I can't quite remember. Charles may need to just put it in the chat or whatever, if that's cool, JT.
Yeah, obviously.
And they are like the habaneros that he grows are like the size of a bell pepper. Like, I'm not even joking. And they're so like the plants are all prolific as like I've seen his stuff. And he will send you his giant orange hab seeds and giant red hab seeds plus a free bag of seeds or whatever for $7 if you just message him.
Fun fact, I started growing hot peppers because I can't fucking grow bell peppers to save my life. If it's a big pepper, I can't grow it.
Nope.
I gave up.
I had 2 poblanos last year. Like, I was so stoked, and then I got they were pretty decent size, but I was like, damn it.
Poblano's a tasty pepper. I grew one of those, but only because it was a Walmart cheater plant.
Yeah.
Well, these ones were chocolate poblanos. I don't know what this guy got crossed with or whatever, but these ones were chocolate, so they were like brown, obviously brown poblanos. It's pretty self-explanatory, but yeah, no, they were like I said, I didn't even try. Like, my boyfriend was the one who used them in like stir fries and whatever. But apparently, the giant habaneros that this guy has are like way more flavor. And he's been breeding them for Charles, 20 years or something.
And if you want really hot peppers but with no heat, try the Trinidad perfume. That's a Trinidad Moruga scorpion with no heat.
Yeah, see, that doesn't do. I like the heat. I love the burn. I don't like the burn the next day, but I love the burn in entrance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like some heat, but unfortunately too much heat and I'll just, vomit. So kind of takes the fun out of it.
Well, hey, listen to me, okay? I know what too much heat is when you vomit on live streams.
Was that the scorpion cover?
Oh my god, I remember that.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
That was like 2 years. That was like 2 summers ago when I
then I got 5 more.
That was a moment.
If you want to watch it, go look up Reptos TV. Susie eats a scorpion.
Yeah, and by all
and
means,
the thumbnail is me puking, actually. So that's
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, so you changed it back to what it actually was?
No, it was never you puking. It was always
Because it's
just
always-
you look.
Whenever I look it up, it's me puking.
No,
Like,
it-
I thought puke, like, running down.
No, it's always been you just looking uncomfortable, but never puking.
Well, I'll give you that I was very uncomfortable.
Why am I searching for it now?
It's fucking horrible. You guys, I cut this thing in half, and I took one half, and it was like burning my asshole off already. And then I was like, I think it's gonna be a good idea to maybe take the other half. I don't know. We'll find out. I took the
I was
other half.
still a
And like,
little amazed that you fell to the peer pressure so fast and so.
No, it wasn't peer pressure. It was her own pressure.
It
She
was
did
my
it
own-
herself.
internal demon pressure. Like, it was just.
Oh, I thought I
It
kind of
was
remembered
fast.
the chat pushing at you rather.
No. It was like, like most people were like, Susie, don't do it. And I'm like, I'm gonna fucking do it.
No, it wasn't peer pressure. It was beer pressure.
Peer pressure. Well, that happens to Canadians, eh?
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember the last time I went without drinking a fucking beer. Although, you guys know what my New Year's resolution is? Take a wild guess.
Drink twice as much beer as you normally do.
I
No.
was gonna play this game right now.
Yeah.
Okay, my New Year's resolution is to not drink during the week. So then I can at least be like good for work and stuff like that. Although when I didn't drink, I was worse for work than when I do drink. Like, it's weird because I think my body was like going through withdrawal. Like, because I drink so much that I didn't drink for one day. And like my body the next day, I couldn't get out of bed. I was like shaking like fucking crazy. I even went up to my boss and I'm like, I'm going through withdrawal right now. Like, don't expect anything from me today. And she's like, you didn't drink last? She's like, how do you fucking sleep without drinking? I'm like, I don't know.
Understanding, at least.
But really, like, I'm actually being serious with you guys. I'm going to not drink during the week. And I'm going to... Actually, tomorrow I told Josh, I said, we are doing a P90X workout. So you better download it.
Sorry, Josh.
Let's see if that happens. Fuck,
So
I
for
don't-
all the emetaphiles out there, I just posted a direct link to the second she vomits in that video.
Oh, fuck!
Pedophile. Is that an official term now?
Why not?
What is it? A pedophile?
No, a metaphile. Somebody who's
Oh, a metaphile.
fetish for vomit.
Oh, fuck. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, if you guys want me to go viral or vomit, either way, go right ahead and watch that.
There we go. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Now, what the heck is wrong with me that I actually immediately went and searched, watched the video on mute until that point? Skipped ahead. It's like 2 hours or so in.
I think like the whole thing is like a 3 hour and 40 something minute video, but it was great. You know what? And I remember that entire night until I got high from eating them. I was so like,
Yeah, we
whoa.
were there. Well, yeah, we were there that night. There
Oh,
you are.
shit. There's a reason I remember
You
that.
guys are so fucking watching it right now on the live stream.
And we were eating smokies.
Eating smokies. That's never good in a live
Oh,
stream.
Rob's got that jerky. He was eating that jerky that night.
Oh, shit. When was this posted?
I don't know. August 10th, 2018.
Oh, wow, that feels like a lot longer ago than that.
I do have to like get off here like pretty much right away, but pardon me. I just wanted to say, hey,
feel free. I already know this is going to get demonetized, so whatever you're comfortable with. Just.
What you want me to?
That's a joke.
Or what? No, I'm just kidding.
No, look
I
at
already did that on one live stream.
No, look at Punky.
Oh, you. You.
I took it off before the moment of truth. I took it off. Oh, do you actually? Okay, there you go.
You know what? Whatever. Like it's already on
Right
the
there.
web.
That's the money shot.
But it's honesty, you know. And
Like
people
it's
are
It's real life.
Indeed, you took that like a fucking champ.
Whatever. And you know what? I stayed live for that. Like most bitches would have ran into the bathroom. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking puke right here so you bitches can see it. There you go, Red. There's your ratings.
I would have been so gone, man. Yeah, BD.
Pepper's one girl.
It actually isn't as bad as and BD. Yeah, he says he's in the panel that night too. Yeah. Yeah, he was. And he was like, oh shit. But that wasn't even as bad as I thought it was because I refused to watch it because it's just it's kind of embarrassing for me, like kind of. Like
excuse me.
I mean, I've had worse. Like I've thrown up at my boyfriend's Christmas party at the table on myself. Like I mean, I've really been worse. So like in front of a bunch of people that don't even fucking know me, like whatever, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Do we need another slide?
It happens. It's a normal biological function.
I have
It
some.
happens sometimes.
So was shitting. Like why don't we talk about people shitting? Like you know what I
Actually,
mean?
Eddie Murphy made his early career talking about that. But
Oh, I text, when I'm at work, I text my boyfriend all the time, and I'm like, I need to take a fucking shit right now, and I will literally hold it all day because we only have one bathroom, and that's in the guests, the waiting room guest like of my dealership.
Before I let you go, there's one thing I'm going to share
We
with
don't even have a fucking like washroom upstairs. Like it's ridiculous.
I'm just going to say there are some things, you know, your boyfriend says he's okay with hearing this shit. That doesn't mean he actually wants to hear it, okay? I just.
Oh, no. He
it
gives me
out
that.
there for your
Like,
consideration.
no. Trust me. He gives me the I really don't want to hear it look. But then I give him the you are going to hear this look because I'm not going to tell anyone. The only other person to tell about this is my fucking boss. My boss came up to me the other day and she's like, wow, that was the most solid shit I've taken in 7 days. I was like, what?
You
Like my
have
boss.
a disturbing relationship with your boss. I'm just going to throw that out there too.
Oh no, her and I we're tight. I've known her for we're tight.
Wash shit for a living. I talk to my boss about his kids. Just saying.
Oh no.
We don't talk about the barn very often.
Either way. Oh, my fucking pinky finger is like locking up from holding this phone. Lock it. Okay, I am watching this movie though. I'm waiting for the new year to roll in with Tony Stark's snap. I actually started it at the exact time, which was 9:29 and 30 seconds. And then when he snaps his fingers, that's going to be midnight. And I think that that's perfect because, I mean, I'm a huge like comic book Marvel fan, like whatever. So
I'm sitting here like Tony Stark. Is that Iron Man?
Yeah.
yes, that is Iron Man. And Iron Man is so great. I can't even believe it. So is Thor, though. Thor is pretty much perfect, other than this movie. We just before this, we watched the original Avengers, and then we went into Thor Ragnarok's last scene where his sister was like, "What are you the god of again?" And he's like, and it was like, you know what I mean? And who's just like fucking shit. It's fucking great. And like the last Valkyrie ever came down and like was helping him. It was so great. Fuck yeah, man.
It's all Greek to me. I don't have a clue what you said after like Marvel.
Punky, do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Fuck.
I know that scene shot for shot.
Oh my God, yeah,
I've
and I
seen all
just
the Marvel movies.
because we have surround sound here, and we usually keep it on like about 18 or 19, and like every notch that you turn it up is like I had it on like 38. Like I'm not even joking for that scene, and I told my boyfriend, and I was like, "Yeah, no, this is happening," and I was like turning it up, and then like Thor comes down with his like fucking, he's like, Choo! Like he doesn't have Mjolnir, of course, but yeah, no, he was like, you don't need, like his dad, like Odin was like, you don't need it, like fucking Asgard is not the place, it's the people. You know what I mean? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Like the TV guide version of the movie. I don't
Yeah, you don't have to. You heard the whole movie right there.
Yeah, you just heard. Yeah, basically that's the whole movie. Yeah. Well, Ragnarok was very different because it was very different, and the Hulk. Well, no, we're not going to go because we're going to be in here until like next year, like 2021. Trying to figure this out.
I don't like how late the Hulk got over the course of the Marvel movies, though.
Okay, so I didn't like how he was in Endgame. Like
Yeah.
you saw Endgame, obviously.
Yeah.
So like how he was Bruce Banner, but like in the Hulk
Like form, yeah.
form, I really did not like that. I agree with you. But and also in Ragnarok, that was a stretch because he knew what he was doing and he was being catered to, and he was just the Hulk 24/7. But Mark Ruffalo was the best Hulk, like in the Avengers, like Ed, like no one could ever compare to him. He was so because he played Bruce Banner perfectly. See now,
the character and actor, I lost track.
Mark Ruffalo is the person who plays Bruce Banner / the Incredible Hulk in the Marvel
Yeah.
movies. Or at least in the current incarnation. Previously it was played by Edward Norton.
Edward Norton, yeah. And Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah,
Lou
Lou Ferrigno in
Ferrigno
the
was
original.
the original Hulk, and they didn't even have to like blow him up for that. Like he just played him as that. They just basically spray painted him green.
Well, who was the actor in the, not the Lou Ferrigno, the first like modern day Hulk movie before Edward Norton?
Hey, who was the first Hulk in the original Hulk movie? Sorry. Gosh.
Bruce Banner.
Oh,
Characters in
my, oh shit, I forgot. My fucking poor
my God, what the hell was that? What the hell did you bring me on?
Bana?
Hey, who?
Fucking terrible.
Who's
Don't
the
do that.
original-
Oh,
no,
it's
but
Eric Bana.
Okay, so we got some static
No,
issues
it was
on-
before Edward Norton. Yeah, nobody knows. Like even my boyfriend, who's like a comic book buff, was like,
Eric
oh,
Bana. The actor in the movie I'm thinking is Eric Bana.
he's playing the Hulk?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was him in the first modern Hulk movie. Then it was Edward Norton. See, people like to write off those movies. And they were
Edward
kind of-
Norton was like probably the worst because he didn't strike me as like a genius. He was more like this nerd who just kept trying to go in.
Well, I love the Incredible Hulk, and I don't like how they just did any of it. To be quite honest, I mean, Mark
Oh,
Ruffalo
okay.
is
Who's
good.
your favorite then? Who's your favorite Hulk character? Like the character that played the Hulk. Who's your favorite?
Well, I think Mark Ruffalo did a really good job. I just don't like
Yes,
what they
thank
did with the Hulk throughout the series, and I think that is technically accurate according to the comics because I believe. I mean, I don't know the entire history of Hulk, but I do believe there's at one point where he does merge, becomes Banner Hulk, and he is kind of like intelligent. While
Yeah, but well, that's what they like in the Avengers. Like they say that like Bruce Banner is going to be like the most like the smartest person that you'll ever meet. But the only one that made me believe that was Mark Ruffalo.
No, I agree.
Because he was the only one that was like really like a scientist who trying to like make things better. Edward Norton was just trying to save the love of his life and not get himself killed. Which I mean, I was like, okay, well, whatever. Like that's fucking business.
Isn't Edward Norton the guy who's coming to jobs? Or like Fight Club?
Fuck you
Fight
guys,
Club,
this song
yeah.
is good. Oh, sorry, I was just basting the pork roast. Okay, cool.
Edward Norton is Fight Club. I love Edward Norton as like an actor.
Oh, I love Edward
Yeah,
Norton.
he's great.
Are you kidding me? He's fucking brilliant, but just not as the Hulk. Like really, he's
I have a hard time
just
seeing
not
that.
Hulk material. And they definitely Like, I don't know if any of you watched.
Yeah, and as a white person, you probably don't want to say that he was really good in American History X.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna bite my tongue there, but he was really fucking good.
Oh, Charles P. I did try growing those peppers. I couldn't get anything to go any higher than like an inch. So unfortunately, I did not get to do that. But I tried to see. It didn't go anywhere this year.
Yeah, our Peter Peppers were a bust around here.
Yeah, I was rather disappointed.
Not that a bust is a bad place for Peter, but still, Peppers didn't work.
Excuse me. Okay, you guys. Anyways, I am going to keep watching Endgame here because, as Punky knows, is very addicting, the Marvel Universe, and I am going to watch him snap his fingers at midnight. Tony Stark.
We'll have fun with that, and thank you for joining us.
All right, you guys. Thank you for having me.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, you guys. Yeah, absolutely. Love you guys, everybody. Happy New Year. Reno, Punky, GT, and Chalks. Oh, here. Yeah, we're going to cheers. All right. Oh, wait. Hold on. Camera's on that side. Okay, love you guys. All right. Take it easy.
Yeah.
I'll take it any way I can get it.
All righty.
All right. Well, this has been fascinating, people coming and going. Apparently, we had cemetery briefly.
See? Hey.
Just wait till your two grade school sons come home showing that to you, and you try not to laugh your ass off. It's like, oh, okay. So yeah, cemetery tried to join us. Tom was in here briefly. We had Susie coming and going now. So this has been fascinating.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think by any means this lives up to a classic sort of New Year's Eve, like we might expect from, say, one of these sort of situations. So, you know, it has been fun. But is anybody else ready to get fully demonetized? Because I don't know what you all think of me, but Rev knows better. And y'all are about to find out. So there are 4 people on the panel, 8 people watching. So I guess you got twice as many people in.
Yeah, $4.
Eric, Monkey, you may not want your children watching the next 5 to 6.
They're all in the other room.
Okay, you're good to go. Where's the
My entire family is now asleep, so and I should be joining them.
Where I put the ashtray. I
I
put the
can't do it
ashtray
online. I'm
tray
gonna have to step off this.
somewhere wildly
I
inconvenient.
cannot smoke.
Well, I'm not going to be that weirdo who turns off my camera while hosting a live stream. So I guess I'm just going to indulge in this guilty but now legal Canadian pleasure.
Must be nice. That's all I gotta say.
The United States.
It's weird, is what it is. It really is, because I grew up in the culture when it was still legal, and it was a good way to make money, and it was a rite of passage for men where I came from, and yada yada yada. But yeah,
I grew up. You weren't allowed to talk about it or nothing. It's like everybody did it, but you weren't allowed to talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody did it, and it's all we could talk about. I don't know. It's really weird to me to be able to walk into a store like the one I got the snake plant from, right? I'm walking in there. They got a little binder on the counter. I'm flipping through it, going, oh, what are the specials today? And it's like, I'm used to going, I'll take what you've got. And yeah, I'll play some goddamn Waylay Golf Nintendo video game to hang out for a while so you don't look like a heat scorer. And
bring your cat back.
Yeah, it's weird because I live in a state where it's legal to smoke it. It's legal to grow it. But
where you live at?
It's
I
legal.
know she's in the same time zone as that me and Rev is.
What's that?
What time? Where are you at? Because
I'm
you're
in Massachusetts.
Okay,
We had medical legal for a very long time, and then recreational was legalized. But you still have to be careful because theoretically a federal agent could bust down your door and arrest you. So like that's really messed up.
Right.
That's why Indiana ain't messed with it yet, because they're waiting for it to be federal.
Yeah.
Legalized to be able to do anything. We're a backward state to begin with. Illinois tomorrow legalizes it fully and already pardoned a bunch of people in their prisons for it.
Yeah.
And it's like 5 miles down the road, so I'm excited.
Well, I mean, that was an argument against legalizing it here too. It's like, well, it's not federally recognized, but the only way we can get it federally is if enough states say, because if enough states go, no, it's legal, then the federal government will hopefully follow suit. But
well, that's the thing. The majority has to agree before the federal government can go, yes, this is a good thing, or else they're shooting themselves in the foot, which is stupid. But unfortunately, it's like I was saying at work today. I love individuals, but mankind as a species is stupid.
Oh yeah, I mean, and this is what's so annoying about politics here in the States, and I'm sure most places. It's like, the same politicians and the certain pundits will make a big deal about states' rights and how important states' rights are, but then they won't actually, when push comes to shove, they won't actually respect state rights.
Yeah, fight for it.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm tired of career politicians being in our government. There ain't no reasons that career politicians ought to be in our government at all. You serve your terms and you're done. You can't have a lifetime membership to control our fucking votes and government and stuff.
That's a little crazy. And I mean, granted, I have the Canadian watching on that site Reb doesn't understand to see all the memes and politics and stuff, right? But I don't understand, like, the pensions are insane that these people get. How come Congress aren't limited to, like, okay, so a president gets 2 terms, we'll give Congress 4, you're a good dog, now go home. Like, you're done. Your generation.
You get 2 terms.
Your generation is not irrelevant.
Yeah.
Even the judges, the Supreme Court judges, they're not there for lifetime. They get 2 terms.
I thought they were lifers.
They are life, but
they're lifers.
They are lifetime.
Yeah.
Yep. Judges are lifetime. It ain't right neither. Because you could have an 80-year-old man that's a lifer as a judge. His beliefs are totally out of whack with the total generation.
Yep. Yeah.
Something's got to be done, but I don't know. System's broken, but it's still the best one out there. How tragic is that?
We're better than most, is all I can say.
Yeah. Right. Canada, we like to think we're so, I don't know, polite and shit up here, but our system is just as broken as it is, down there for you guys. Pretty boy Trudeau, he's a nice face, and sure, he's very athletic, but he's a freaking moron. He hasn't carried through.
He's got nice socks.
He's got great socks. He's got nice abs too. I don't care. The point is, he hasn't done half of what he freaking well promised to do. That's the only reason that and this.
Well, no. I'm going to go ahead and say he has done half of what he promised to do, but I'm not going to say that that's a good thing.
Yeah, well.
Or what half?
He could have chosen a better half. There were a lot of votes that he got on the situation with Indigenous women, for example, and he's really let that situation down. Kind of pisses me off. I'm a Canadian white dude. Okay, so statistics be damned, but I'm still pissed off at the pretty boy for dropping his promise on this one. So it is what it is. The only thing he's done right, in my opinion, is he's legalized grass, which is the plant. So it's kind of stupid to have it illegal to begin with.
Well, it was illegal because of all the big corporations back in the day, from DuPont to the Texaco company and all these that didn't want the oil. And, DuPont had all the different fabrics and stuff that they was coming up with, nylon rope and all the different plants they make out of crude-based oil. And they didn't want no competition. So, hey, let's make this illegal. They saw the Mexicans smoking it. Hey, it's all one drug. And it's not, hemp's totally different category than marijuana is.
Oh, hell yeah. Across the street from the school. I was just going to say, when we first moved here, it was one of the biggest things that messed me up, moving to a rural situation. Literally right across the street from the school, there's a row of houses, there's the railway tracks, and then there was this monstrous hemp field. And it was all for like hemp seed oil. Yeah. Some of the seediest shit I've ever seen. But being a BC boy, that's where I grew up. I looked at it and I'm like, I fucking died and gone to heaven. It was the stankiest stuff I'd smelled in so long.
Wafted all over town.
It wafted all over town in the heat of the sun. I'm like, who is smoking this? Oh my God. I got to find a new friend in town. And it turned out to be this freaking field, right? So I snipped a whole bunch. That's actually the day.
That's where Gordon came from.
That's where Gordon Littlefoot came from. That's what I was going to say. That screwed up little broken kitten that we had.
Little fucked up cat. That's where he came from.
What happened to that cat?
He ran away for his own
off.
safety. I tell you what. Peed on the couch one too many times.
He always wanted to be outside. And he got outside overnight one night and he got like butt raped.
He came in a much different cat.
He was disgusting. And he was around the house just like sitting there like, what? I went out and had a good time.
I want to get butt
like,
raped again.
Okay.
So I should be watching out because that cat might be about, in my area sometime soon.
Maybe.
I'm not sure what you're confessing to, but sure.
But we were starting to leash train him, right? So he knows where to go, hanging out with Laz.
That was the plan.
But Laz had a different plan for that cat as soon as he saw it outside. That was fair game. The shit was on.
Yeah.
He was hunting that thing and like pawing it and doing the dog thing with the outdoor, what he's always done with cats and rats and everything.
You're moving a dog.
We thought having him on the leash would be good. Well, he pissed all over everything. He'd look at him right on the spot, right in front of him. Just with that, what the fuck are you going to do about it? And so he picked him up one day and the cat sat there looking dead him in the eye, pissed all over the fucking couch. Like, what are you going to do about it? Picks it up by the scruff of the neck. Cat turns his ass and looks at him, right? He's like, fucking out of here. You're going outside. So he picked him up and he threw him outside. Gordon's like, wait, what?
No leash.
I got what I want?
Gone.
There's no leash on me. Boom. He took off around the front of the house like he did before.
He had
so
a
we're
plan.
like, okay. The cat took off. He's gone for the night. It's cold. Like, full time. So we'll find him in the morning around the corner. Called him a few times. Yeah, he didn't come back. So like the next day he wasn't there. A couple days go by. We were like, put his food out. And then I'm like, okay, put his litter box out there. We were like trolling the neighborhood, calling for him. And he was just gone. So he could be anywhere.
I occasionally see gibbled footprints in the snow, so I think the cat's still hanging out.
Anything could have eaten him, but he's a pretty hardcore cat. But he came from the great outdoors of the farmer's field, and that's where he really wanted to be.
I think there's a reason somebody threw that litter kittens out of a car at a pretty reasonable rate of
And I
speed.
mean, like, we gave him a surviving chance. We gave him a good home for a long time. And
He got bigger, he got stronger, he can definitely defend himself outside. If he's willing to take me on,
bad choices.
he's good to go.
But the same thing happened with the rest of his litter too. Like,
Couple of one was found with a broken back that was dead. One was found with a spinal issue that was beyond repair.
But the ones that survived, the first time that the one went out, it took off right away. And they're like, oh, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And then one was used to going in and out. And then all of a sudden she's like, yeah, it was coming up with me to the garden just like that. And then it got all sketchy and boom, off it went. So these cats were obviously destined to be outside. But, you know, like, gave him a good life.
My dog's ears are perking up. She's like, "Oh, really? Like an asshole cat that's outside. Maybe I should go outside and try to find it."
Happy hunting, Red. It'll take you a while.
So, like, it was really nice to have a cat around, but that at the same time reminded me why I didn't want a cat around. And now I'm looking for a very specific cat that's going to be with me for like the next 10 years, and when that happens, it'll happen.
I'm thinking it'll happen after there's a barn.
Yeah.
Outdoor cats.
But a very specific breed I'm looking for.
Homie don't dig litter boxes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
But yeah.
I never like the smell of a litter box.
Hey, I'm with Bunky. She get the right idea. He get the right idea.
Barn cats are great. They
Cuddly
eat
dog.
nice.
He's got the right idea.
Yeah, yeah.
I grew up out in the middle of nowhere, and all animals are outside. Like, I mean, they would come inside, but then you just put them back outside, and maybe they'd come back. Maybe they'd be eaten by coyotes. Who knows? But that's just what you
Like
did.
even this little bitch.
Be outside. But that's how I grew up. Is the animals stay outside. And when I met my wife, and they brought them all in the house, and I was like, man, this wasn't the way I grew up.
Wait, they brought them all in the house? You got goats in the house?
Well, we've had them for in the house before.
Really?
I could call him right now and they'd be right up to the house.
I would probably go in the house and pose it for like Instagram.
But we don't let them in for very long because we're afraid to shit all over the place.
I'm a no goats in
But
the house
hey,
kind of guy.
Hey, Punky, like even this little bitch, like you would have this bitch outside.
At least you can call her that in
'Cause
fairness.
Look at that. She's such a cutie
Oh,
little
such
puppy.
a pretty girl.
Well,
Oh,
it's
it's a pretty girl.
like when I was growing up, we'd have cats and dogs inside, but they spent a lot of time outside. So like we never had a litter box growing up. Like we had a few cats, and they would come inside and hang out for a while, but then you'd let them out and they would disappear for a little while. The dogs were a little bit more controlled because the dogs stayed nearby, but we still just let them out for a period of time and they'd come back in whenever. So they weren't like totally outdoor animals, but
Yeah. We've got the neighbors' cats yet. So there's like the new neighbors that bought the house here. They've got a big fat male cat that looks like a pregnant female cat that just gave birth.
He does.
It's a really
It's
odd
got that
thing. There's
leftover belly.
guns on the bottom of it that sits like 3 inches and it just like waddles back and forth. So he's quite. It's a sight to see. We thought it was a newly, like, we were concerned. I talked to my neighbor. I'm like,
Great, just when we need
this
another
cat's
knocked up cat in
pregnant.
the neighborhood, right?
They're like, yeah,
Looked
no.
like it just that
It's a fixed male cat who's lost a lot of weight. So he's just got a bit of fat at the bottom.
His extra skin flap wiggles a little bit.
But I mean, I looked at it. I'm like, don't shit in my garden. So it goes into the car park, grabs a mouse or a bowl, walks out the end of the driveway, plays with it, neats it up. I'm like, you're a good cat. You're welcome on our property.
This same cat is also known for visiting her fairy garden and drinking the bird-flavored water out of the bird bath.
Yeah, yeah. You know, they've got me
Just
well
saying.
trained. And then the orange cat that lives in the house, this man's letting it go for tax sale, which is unfortunate because it's going to get demoed. But it's the cat house, and there's a gang of cats that live there, and I've been personifying them the whole time that I live here. And they're all, each year, they have these little quirky things about them.
Because of inbreeding.
But there's this orange and white stripe one this year, and I'm like, don't shit in my garden. So it looks at me, and it walks right by, and it goes and shits in his garden.
That reminded me, I was making a video of my pepper garden. I had a cat shit right in my garden bed as I was making a video. It's like, oh, I didn't do that.
Oh, a disrespectful little cat.
But like cinnamon or pepper will help prevent them from, and coffee grounds apparently will help prevent them from pooping in your garden.
Cats are thieves too. I don't know if you guys realize this, but like we let our cats in just to eat. And them motherfuckers open up the cabinets and try to steal shit all the time.
Oh yeah.
I don't like a thief, you know.
I don't need an indoor cat because I just borrow the neighbors' ones, and they all come and hump mice from the back of our house and stuff.
But they seem to leave the chickens alone.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
cats
one
don't
almost
mess with
got a squirrel one day.
That was funny.
They're mess with baby chicks though. They'll kill baby chicks.
Well, baby chicks just look like a target, don't they? Like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
just so
Yeah.
freaking vulnerable.
Oh
But
man! But this one day we were out at the fire pit,
yeah, that was
and
hilarious.
by chance I was filming something for whatever. The squirrel. The squirrel was coming up and acting so cute and really brazen. And we've got the fire pit, and then there's couple, we stand in there, and then there's logs there, and then the trees are just beyond, right? I mean, we filmed there tons of times. And the squirrel, their footprints would go across the yard, and it was coming down. It was coming closer and closer and closer to the fire log. So I'm recording it, and it comes right
coming
up.
from the spruce trees.
Yeah, like from the spruce trees towards the back of the like where the chickens are. And so I'm filming this. And meanwhile, what we didn't see was under the Jeep, right across from the chicken coop, was this orange and white striped cat that lives in the house across the way. So I'm filming this squirrel, and it gets ballsy and it's chattering back and forth with me. And him and I are very engaged in this interaction, right, of brazenness. And he's like, I'm so brave. Comes right in front of me, and I'm still filming it, and it goes down towards the back of the trees. And like out from under this Jeep, this orange cat comes zooming out of there. And we're like, holy crap. And the squirrel's like, oh shit. And it was already up the tree at the back of the chicken coop. And the cat was so focused on that squirrel happening and chasing it up the tree, it realized that the last thing is like, Shit, the humans are out.
Shit, people.
And look at us. Look at the squirrel. It's like it backs down very slowly, like nothing ever happens. It kind of like sneaks out the back of the fence and hops over. The squirrel's up there. It yelled at us for 10 minutes at the edge of the brush. And it reminded me of something out of like Sword in the Stone, and it's just sitting there and it's chiding you. You could just hear it. And I'm like, what? I didn't know it was there. I didn't know what was coming. But yeah, that's on my main Shocks channel somewhere, I think.
I think that freaking cat surprised me more than the squirrel. I was like, where the f did you even come from?
Right?
Okay, we watched that video like 3 or 4 times before we realized it came from underneath the Jeep.
Yeah.
And we're like,
so like,
was it in the well house? Was it in the, where the hell was that cat?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was crazy.
Very opportunistic little bastard.
Yeah.
Gotta give it props for that one.
So we don't need a cat
20
inside.
No.
23 minutes until New Year's.
Woohoo! All right. See, growing up on the West
22 minutes. My bad.
I always celebrated that East Coast New Year's. Had no idea because my parents would fuck with the clocks all the way through the house. So, yeah, I was staying up till midnight. Woohoo! We're playing canasta, team canasta, card games.
New York ball drop that always fooled me.
Yeah, it was the ball drop.
New
Stay
York
up, you
Times
watch
Square.
the ball drop, and like, yeah, okay, I'm the man. I stayed up past midnight, 7. Cool. Going to bed.
I remember as a kid trying to stay up all night. This is when I was like 12 or 13. To watch Revenge of the Nerds because they only played on HBO after midnight, and I would always try. And finally, at like New Year's, I finally watched it. Like, oh, this is a great movie, Then Porky's, the Porky's movie, you had to stay up to watch them too.
Much too late.
The
TV.
late, much too late. Shouldn't you be in bed by now? Show those were the best movies.
And I could never stay up past, as a kid, 9 or 10 o'clock. But boy, I made it a point to stay up and watch those shows when they'd come
I
on.
first saw Meet Wally Sparks. Classic. Anybody remember that, or am I just too old? Anyone?
I might know it.
That's not a good response. Rodney Dangerfield. We'll throw that name out there. Anyone?
Yeah, I know Rodney Dangerfield.
I know Rodney
Oh.
Dangerfield. I don't recognize that movie though.
Oh,
Yeah,
last year we had a freaking live stream that we went live, and we were live like 3 hours before Eastern time. But we went Eastern time all the way to Hawaiian time.
Yeah,
and we actually had Hawaiian people on the live stream. During the live stream.
Togoroshi or whatever his name was.
Yeah, it was Kyle.
Yeah.
The New Year's Eve stream it's an institution now. It's a tradition in and of itself. It's a must-have thing. So I actually did think for a while earlier that this was your rather clever way of trying to force me to host this shit, and it worked. So
well, you're carrying the tradition.
Somebody's got to carry that torch, man. It's for PLC Classic. It's for the people that care about YouTube as an individual thing. Yeah.
But it's our thing. Our time is now.
Oh yeah, Goonies moment. There's a classic movie. The Goonies will never get stale.
But
Yeah,
not
that's
only
a
are we
classic.
bringing in New Year, we're bringing in a new decade together.
You know who else is
Well, since we're on this whole we'll be like a family and together and stuff. Well, I'm gonna come to Canada again, and I'm gonna come and stay with you.
I ain't afraid. Go ahead. We got 2 rooms up there. You can sleep with her fairy and unicorn shit, or you can sleep with the peppers, man. Or hey, you can go downstairs and sleep with the fishes. It's all up to you,
I
bro.
will set you up a tent. Yeah.
If you come in the summer, we got a 2-room tent. We got a 1-room tent. We got a squirrel infested.
Oh well, there's no way in hell I'm coming in the winter.
If you come in April, Fuzzy's getting married. There's options.
That's true. If you go in April, and getting married. And in
well, I really don't know Fuzzy, so that's not fair.
What? Oh,
no matter.
No, I'll come there where I can just bug the living hell out of you guys.
Oh, that works. I got to let you know, like, I wash poo from stupid o'clock in the morning till about noon, but otherwise, I am open for whatever. It's all good. It's a small town. People will look. Don't worry. It's been 4.5 years. They still look at us. Whatever. That said, I love our small town. I've
And it
never
is a
been so
mild
happy.
winter this year. Like, it is so mild right now.
It's a stupid mild. I could be
It's a
out
little
there in
bit
a
scary.
t-shirt right now, and that's not even like a bold Canadian statement. It's just like, it's December.
Countdown
It's
to midnight
Manitoba.
for the guys.
Where the hell's my snow? 19 minutes. Are we counting down?
No, 18 minutes.
My computer is special needs. Did I mention it's old? So there's that. It says there's 19 minutes, but you're actually in that time zone, so I'll trust you on this one.
Yeah, I'm in the time zone.
Y'all are in that time zone.
Y'all are responsible for keeping
Oh my
Everybody
God.
is, yeah.
your own time zone.
I'm going through New Year's in the East Coast again.
And what's crazy is I can drive 5 miles down the road and be in a different time zone.
Okay, you've got me on that one. That is fun. That's a great one. You make that celebrate the New Year's twice.
Yeah, and if you're on a cell phone, you pick up the Illinois time. If you live here where I'm at, because it's close enough to Illinois time zone than it is the tower that's on the Indiana time zone, which is Eastern.
Oh, fun.
So if you got a cell phone, you don't know exactly what am I on the Illinois time or am I on the Indiana time?
That's what
Hey, I really want to impose my own view here, and I would like to say, can Punky say something?
Yes, Punky.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was expecting something.
You've got the floor. Go ahead and talk.
How's it going? This is the latest I've stayed up in a very long time.
Welcome to the I stayed up late today.
And I'm keeping my family up with my loud live streaming, so I'm trying to be extra quiet now.
Emily, I'm sorry, but I probably am not capable of quiet at this point. Shh, on my behalf.
Oh, it's okay if you guys are loud because I have these on, but unfortunately I'm talking really loud.
Right, that's the way it goes with headphones because you don't really realize how loud you're talking, right? So
You're like,
this happens to me at work all the time. So I'm listening to like lectures, or today it was the Beatles, and I'm like cranking away. My headphones are at max volume. My earplugs are on. Somebody's talking to me like, "Yeah, how are you doing? Yeah." And they're like, "Dude, take off."
Yeah, and meanwhile, we have 16 minutes before the New Year's, so you've got 16 minutes. Go for it.
Yes, Punky. Entertain us until next year.
Okay, that sounds good. So, so aquaponics, that's something that we're all in. Oh, actually, before I get to that, so I have you'll all appreciate this. So I have 3 dozen pepper plants that I've been pruning and making them really nice and productive.
What kind?
Full. A whole bunch of hot peppers, super hots. I got yellow fatale. I got some ahi orange. I actually forgot chocolate boots. Basically, all these peppers that I don't actually want to eat, but I grew them because I love how they grow. I love, like I was saying earlier, I love how super hots grow. So these are actually seeds I got from Grown at Home in WV a long time ago in his box of heat that I won on his channel. And I took the seeds from those peppers and I grew all these.
Which is a great guy. I love
Absolutely.
that guy. Grown at Home in West Virginia. Dave is awesome.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna say that I now have all these things, and I was pruning them and keeping them small because I was gonna do bonsai pepper plants, and I probably still will. But I've just been busy with the holidays, so I haven't really paid attention to them. And I was trying to keep them from fruiting and flowering and all that kind of stuff, but I kind of forgot about them. And they're not even in my grow cabinet anymore. I just stuck them in front of a western-facing window, and I went to take a look at them to water them, make sure they're not dead. And they have just tons of pepper starts on them. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing right, but I'm going to end up with hundreds of peppers that I don't know what to do with. So I'm going to have to give them away or
if you
try them
figure
and
it out,
die.
let me know because I'm just trying to keep my peppers alive and I would love for them to fruit. So we're kind of in opposing situations there.
It's a very weird situation, but I probably should have grown some. But that's what I was talking about earlier, and why I hope the habanada ends up being a a true heatless habanero, because then there are definitely peppers I'll eat. I mean, I don't mind a little. I like mid heat is totally cool with me. Like I'm not completely against heat. It's just I can't do super hots. They will make me violently ill. So, but
pepper powder's where it's at if you're gonna do them.
well, that is a great idea. Somebody else is suggesting that to me too. Like, I'll end up with a lot of it, I think, at this point. But because then I can control. I could just like do like the fire salt.
That's what I did with all mine.
So
Yeah,
maybe
fire
that's what I'm doing.
powder, both are fantastic.
But I mean, I know people like hot pepper, so it won't be at a loss, because I used to grow, actually, in one of my previous aquaponic systems, I had this habanero tree that produced hundreds of pods, and I didn't eat them, but I gave them away to people who loved them.
But they do grow beautifully. It is a
They do.
beautiful growing style. Like
They
the way
really
it
are.
umbrellas out and just blooms so beautiful.
Well, see, that's what concerns me about the habanata, and I've talked about this in some of my videos, where it's listed on Baker Creek's website as a true heatless habanero. The pods don't look a lot like the habaneros, like orange habaneros that I've seen, and
They seem a little elongated in that picture.
they're a little elongated. And when I actually looked at the actual subspecies, I guess it is species or subspecies, it's actually listed. Baker Creek lists them as an annum. So in the same category as like bell peppers and whatnot. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not a pepper expert, but so it's not a chinense. So that concerns me, that it won't be a true habanero and grow like a chinense does, because that's what I want. I want a chinense.
You're looking
for the growth
plant
habit.
structure, really.
What's that?
You're looking for the structure of the plant
Yeah.
more than the pepper it's going to
Absolutely.
bear.
Because they're so productive that they grow beautifully, like all the other types of peppers. Like I don't like what is it, Bactinum or whatever it is, where it's like
Yeah,
kind of like, yeah, there we go. I'd avoid those peppers because the growth habit is too like lanky for me. Like even if you try to keep them like prune short, they want to grow with like a very large internodal length. But chinense is just beautiful.
Pepper plant that puts out. I'll be honest.
Do many bell peppers, man. They're awesome when it comes to fruit and stuff. If you want a nice, beautiful plant, do mini bells.
Mini bells, okay.
I mean, really, because I've got, well, they're on their third year right now that I'm overwintering, and even I haven't hardly put any light to them, and they're still producing. I got 3 or 4 on my bed right now that I've picked. That they keep us just producing nonstop. Is the mini. You can get them in the 3 colors: the yellow, orange, or red.
I've seen little collections. I kind of tried a couple of times, but I think we were in the valley last time we tried. So
yeah, figured they'd be good, really good stuffed with like cream cheese and something.
our new appetizer stuffed peppers. Right?
Yeah.
Is this unreasonable? No. It'll be delicious.
I'll have to try that. Thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. But I just started up some habanatas. I got some seeds growing. So little tiny.
Are you still starting your seeds?
Poblanos are great stuff with cream cheese.
Poblanos are great. Period.
Yeah,
I like them.
JT, did you ask if I'm still starting them on the Aero Garden? Like
like on top of the lights, like you were saying.
Yeah, then I put them underneath the light. It's working out.
It's working out.
But I'm currently growing in Rockwool cubes, and I'm experimenting alternatives, like because I don't want to use them forever. So I'm trying to start some seeds in cotton balls. But I think the cotton balls, they're growing weird. Like the starts are growing weird. So I'm wondering if there's like a chemical they use to like bleach the cotton balls. I think it might be affecting them.
Decided not to go back there.
What's that?
I had tried on cotton balls a while ago. They all sprouted, and then they all got weird, and I kind of decided.
Yeah, I think there must be a chemical. Like I think they bleach them with hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, I'm sure they do bleach them or put something chemicals into that.
Yeah. So
the average cotton ball is way too white to not be bleached.
Exactly. So I've been using cotton balls as wicks in my aquaponic system and my NFT. And that's working, and it doesn't seem to be killing the fish, so that's good. But I can't really seem to start. So that's actually where the pool noodles come from, because I'm going to try the cup pool noodle trick for growing plants, because I love Rockwool cubes. They're amazing, but they're it's one more thing to buy, and that's.
So you're going to use the pool noodle as the Rockwool cube?
Not exactly. I mean, I would start the seeds in coconut coir, pull the seedling out, insert it in the little hole, like in the, I can't really demonstrate, but when you cut the pool noodle, you get like a little
hole in the middle like a
donut, and you snip it and then you roll it up, so it creates a tiny little space to put a seedling.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of videos. There's like a guy who has a
And then
channel where
you
he
use
does
that to hold it in your NFT, like
Oh,
a
it's
pressure friction sort of thing.
So I'd be starting to see
Grows,
coconut corn.
compress.
Yeah.
I like the theory.
Yeah, so I want to try it out because it seems to work for this guy. I don't have his channel handy right this second, but if you search pool noodle hydroponics, like 1,000 of his videos will come up.
Nice.
Yeah, so I want to try it out.
I don't know who you're talking about. I just can't think of his name. That does a lot of growing with the pool noodles.
Yeah, he also uses the vinyl downspouts that I use for my NFT. So let me try to find it.
I'm trying to think of his name. The witty something D at the end of his last name.
I feel so bad for showing that video of her vomiting.
It's all good. It's the internet. It's out there. One big kahuna here is asking, is there a link to everybody's YouTube site?
I think you can click on their pictures.
Yeah, 3 dots.
Suggest maybe everybody throws a link into the chat so that anybody who does watch this in the future has the opportunity to join up.
Also, if you click the 3 buttons on their comment, it gives you options of go to channel, report. So you can go right to their channel and then hit that subscribe button there. You don't have that because you're on a different screen. I'm on the YouTube page.
So I posted a link to the user I was thinking of with the pool noodles, and here's a link directly to one of his videos about it.
Sweet. Is that Mr. Duzy here?
Yeah.
That's who I said something about. It starts with a D or so.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah.
The Swayze. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, his
7
channel
minutes.
is.
That's all I can do all this stuff.
It's Keep On Growing with Mike Van Duzy.
Well, I like the concept. Keep on.
So I'm going to give it a try, because I think that'd be nice. Because there might be some advantages to that than the net cup. Because the problem I'm having with the net cup is that, especially the NFT and the tiny little holes, because I grow everything in 2-inch. And if you grow like a tomato, the roots grow out the side, and then trying to get that net cup in with all the roots growing out the side, you can't get it back through the hole at the season. You have to really do some surgery on your system.
You get some monster roots that are like cutting themselves in half from that kind of sharp plastic of the net cup.
Yeah, I mean, they'll burst the net cup. But if I can just suspend the plant in one of these, then all the roots will grow down, and I should be able to pull it out easier. That's my hope.
Well, like I say, I love the idea.
Yeah, so net cups, I'm trying to get away from net cups too for that reason. Because I destroyed a bunch of my system over the summer because I grew like full-size tomatoes, like beefsteak tomatoes, and the roots were so huge that I actually could not get it out of my NFT system. I had to do some serious
Well, sometimes you gotta be real creative removing plants from those like tighter systems. I'm not a huge fan of NFT, and I've been really curious kind of watching you develop yours. But when I was doing mine, we were back in the valley, right? So it was hotter than hell in the summertime, and I was losing so much of my very limited tank water through evaporation through those PVC pipes. That I was just like, it didn't work for me. But you're in a much different situation, so it's like I'm enjoying watching the development things. Overall, yes, no NFT. What are your thoughts on it?
I've had the most success in aquaponics and hydroponics with NFT. I also like it because it gets rid of hydroton or the clay pebbles. I started aquaponics with the classic, auto siphon in a media filled bed, and those work great. But I ran into situations where I didn't necessarily have the best pre-filter, so that was part of it. But the solid buildups creating anaerobic spots and ultimately kind of dooming the system because those anaerobic spots end up reconverting those nitrates back into more dangerous products. So to get them good, I would have to I felt like I had to clean them out, and it was such a pain, and it just turned me off of media fill beds forever. So that's when I kind of went over to NFT. Now I use a pre-filter to get the solids, but I run it through an NFT channel, and that's worked out really well for me. So
I've always meant to do the aquaponics. If you look out this window, that's a greenhouse. I built a greenhouse. This is 12 years ago before you've seen this stuff on YouTube. on the south side of my house that I was actually going to build a big aquaponics system and never did get around to it. And I just ended up just planting garden beds and stuff for a few years. Now it's my chicken coop. And
Well,
you stuff it with, and I fill it full of leaves in the fall and turn it into my compost, and that's what I used to fill my garden beds and stuff like that.
And that's awesome. I can never escape from the ponics, like because the funny thing, especially now that I'm back in suburbia and have a very small area to work with, I tried to do when I moved out to my homestead on 17 acres, I was like, I'm going to do the farming thing and I'm going to grow in dirt and all that kind of stuff. And it just, I don't know, it just wasn't as fun. It just felt like a lot more work in a lot of ways, because
that's what I feel about growing in pots is a lot more work than just growing in the garden.
Yeah,
I hate growing into a pot. It's like I got to take care of it. If I just place it in the soil, I don't have to worry about it and put some mulch around it, and I'm good to go.
I hate pulling weeds, so that's
my thing. I hate pulling weeds.
Yeah,
my kids hate pulling weeds
until I could feed them to chickens.
True.
Now
I hate weeding gardens, and I always forget to water. So that's why I stick with ponics, because that solves those two issues.
Yeah,
I'm with you on the watering.
But I mean, and you don't even need like fish. This past summer, I set up a quickie little system, and basically it was aquaponics without the fish. I actually just used compost tea and let things kind of rot in water, so to speak. But
yeah, I use a lot of compost teas. That's how I won the lemon starburst contest this year. It was
you did that
using compost teas,
molasses, right? You were saying you used some molasses with your initial planting to make the biology in the soil for that. Is that about right? Am I thinking of the right plant?
What is it now?
Using molasses when you planted your contrast starburst.
Yeah, because that builds the microbes in the soil. The microbes actually feed off of that sugars in the molasses, and they'll grow from every day. They're growing huger and huger.
That's cool. I'm fascinated by that, actually.
Ooh, Happy New Year!
Is it that time already? Oh, got a minute.
1 minute.
Depends on whose clock you're looking at. My computer's a minute behind, so that really doesn't help me as being in charge of banners and comments and shit. I'm doing the best I can. Here we go. We got a countdown from BD. Woohoo! All right. I'm actually really surprised I'm still awake at this time.
Yay!
I've declined a lot of live streams because normally I'd have to be up in 5 or 6 hours, but I have a delightful Wednesday off, second in a row. Christmas and New Year's Eve or New Year's Day are on the same day.
We just got seconds now. It's been 11:59 for a while.
Happy New Year!
Oh.
Yay!
Happy New Year's indeed. So
Happy New Year's, everybody.
Woo-hoo!
Happy New Year's, guys.
I made it. I survived to at least one New Year's in North
good.
America.
Well,
you're getting older when that means you feel like a champ.
I was doing good to stay up too.
It's about 3 hours past my bedtime.
Right? Me too. I'm with you, Punky. I'm with you.
Same with my family. So actually, I need to be up. So I should probably get going. I wanted to stay up. I wanted to stay here until midnight so we could celebrate. But I need to go to bed.
Well, you stayed, and go give up some love into your family. And thank you so much for being one of my test subjects.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Live stream pigs. It's been a blast to actually chat with you real time as compared to the fucking typing. So.
Yeah, I would love to chat more about aquaponics and specific things too, because I'm a nerd. I don't have anyone to geek out with.
And all your comments. When I comment on your videos, I always see her in the comments too.
Yeah, I stalk JT. I watch a lot of JT Bear. I have for years now. Every video.
So yeah, we'll get together for a topical sort of conversation. Now that I understand this fucking StreamYard thing, and you should definitely look into it. It's very handy, very easy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I learned it in less than a day, so anybody can do it in probably like minutes.
I'm going to be putting it on my
If I can do it, you can do it, because I'm totally not a computer person. I don't even have a cell phone.
That was your New Year's resolution.
Oh, we got Cemetery coming back in.
I know there's
All right.
referral links through something, so
There are referral links. I don't know. So
You guys
yeah,
know
live stream.
somebody with
Oh,
one of
how do we do
those.
that? And we started. Much
Happy
love.
New
Oh yeah,
Year.
right now. I'm used to go to the top of my monitor for that shit.
Somebody's getting their gun shot off. Happy New Year, one big kahuna.
One big
Yeah, Happy New Year.
I'm ready to see Cemetery. I've seen Cemetery on these vlogs for over a year, and I still ain't never seen him in person.
Right? That's one of the greatest things about these internet situations, right?
And you don't live too far from me.
Oh no.
Uh-uh.
At least I got an excuse. I live in Canada, so there's at least border crossing that, frankly, at this point, I'm terrified to do until we admit that the United North America situation is kind of an EU. And let's face it, most people aren't ready for that.
I thought it should. I think Canada and America and Mexico ought to be just one country, to be honest with you. And
well, that's the United North American Union, which they kind of did with the Free Trade Act, but a lot of people don't like to admit that. It's really still, people are very stupid about the law.
You know, and it's not Canada, it's Mexico. It's like, man, them motherfuckers are nuts and killing everybody down there. We got to put some laws in force down there to control their shit. You know, you got the best environment to grow all kinds of different stuff, but you guys are all fucking killing each other, and you guys live in a paradise, and we live in the cold north, and there's got to be something
Good
there.
night, Lisa. Happy New Year.
Oh, we're doing a good night thing. There we go. We got that.
But
yeah, I got to
United
admit,
North
the Mexican
America.
growing climate does appeal to me, especially as a Manitoba kind of citizen. I had no idea how spoiled I was living in the valley back in BC in Canada. We get northern tip of the California desert. Yeah, ha ha ha. I'm laughing at all my friends. But at the same time, now that I'm out here and I've got seriously like a 90-day window that I could truly count on for my gardening season, it's hell trying to deal with that. I would love to live almost anywhere else, but this is why we moved here, because it's going to be hard. So
Is land cheaper there, though? You know, let's say.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was
Indiana.
complaining because 160 acres would cost me 800 and change per acre.
$800 and change.
Yeah, but you got to have it all
pretty
at once
cheap.
for 160 acres, right?
You're talking about prime soil where I live goes from 5 to 10,000 an acre.
I'm talking about shit soil where I live, but I mean, we have some very expensive land around, but one can get land very affordably if you look at it. I found, I'm looking at 2 parcels right now. They're an hour and a half away, 65,000 for 160 acres.
Damn,
So
that's pretty good.
It's out there cheap, but I'm going to have to work it. Which really doesn't bother me. I just can't pull up the damn.
But if you can get the payments cheap enough, you can invest in other stuff to go along with that.
I ain't worried about the payments. It's coming up with the down payment. That's my problem.
Yeah.
If I can,
you got to have 10% down or 15.
Either would be good. If I could have 25, I'm guaranteed a line of credit, which works out better as far as the bank skimming me.
Yeah.
But I think we could get away with 10% because technically she's never bought a house, although she bought the house we live in, but it's in my name. So
we still have like a
legal loophole.
First-time home owners
Yeah.
situation going.
And you can apply for ag loans too.
I've been looking into those, but those look kind of sketchy too, man. Like they kind of look like they want to do the farmer harder than they want to do the homeowner.
But then you got the government grants too, which is free that you don't have to pay back.
My Norton Security says most of those are scams.
No.
I'm afraid to click a lot of those things because so many of them just say don't do
Well,
it.
there's actually, you got to go to your local office, you know, your local ag office. I don't know what you call it there.
We do have I think it's a farm development bank.
You got to go there and talk to them in person. They'll get you government grant loans and tell you how to get your land and how to start off your farm business. But you got to talk to your local agents about that shit. I don't know how it all works because I've never messed with it. But like the NRCS, which is here in America, they'll build you greenhouses and stuff for free as long as you got the money to pay for it at first and they'll reimburse you and stuff.
So that's the thing, right? Having it up front. NRCS, as you know from watching the Bear Family Farms thing, I fully support a lot of what they're trying to do, right? It's like some of those guys in particular. I'm building my whole future Canadian farm around kind of some of their principles, right? But I get that down payment. Like I was saying, I was talking about not that long ago, pitching Ducks or Ducks Unlimited, World Wildlife Federation, about here's what we're going to do. I'm going to rehabilitate this land. You're going to give me the money to do it, but that's okay because I'm going to say this was funded by you, so you get a great advertising opportunity out of this. I had this whole big speech worked up that I, of course, forgot by the next morning because, you know, drink, sleep, and gone. But, yeah, it was interesting. I've come up with some strange ideas, but land's affordable-ish out here. I just got to get a little bit of savings together. That's where the hog barn comes in. But, you know, hog barn work. It's killing me, man. As I bet you know. I will have been there almost a year soon, though. And not even in that it's New Year's Eve, haha, next year's a year kind of way. Like actually slugged out 12 months. I thought
I did the hog barn thing for when I graduated high school. It's not pretty.
Now, how long did you make it for, man?
About a year.
About a year.
Before this hog fucking took a gate and slammed it in my side, and I grabbed one of these rods just out instant, hit it, and me and the manager got in a fight over it, and then I got fired, and I about beat his ass, and he threatened to beat my ass and stuff like that.
It's surprisingly emotional in a barn, right?
Yeah.
Like I thought it was just me, but there's this one old guy who's like pissed off 3 different people in the barn that are otherwise completely passive individuals. But one of them had him like jersey pulled over some DE one day, and I was ready to just tune him in the breeding chamber. And it's like, dude, you're 20 years older than me. You should know how to behave yourself. Just saying. Yeah. Barns are fascinating places. I'm not sure how much longer I got left, but I got a year and a half on the car loan. So,
are you doing good if you can't take 2 showers and still smell like it?
What the hell's with that, too? Right? I come home, take another shower, and I'm like, I still smell it. Do you smell it? Do you smell it?
Your vehicle starts smelling like it.
Not yet.
It's been really good so far.
Not yet. I'm lucky that way.
And you know, be honest with you, I've ate pork that's tasted like the hog barn. To be honest with you, like cooked roast and stuff that's tasted like that hog barn smell.
We got that once a year guilt coming along because apparently there's a tradition at this particular barn to slaughter the gilts that don't come into season, and everybody who works there gets one, but you got to pay for the processing at a local butcher.
That's what they did at the mine. That
See,
too.
Right? Not bad. I'm a little concerned about how this is going to taste, though, because I like flavor in my meat. And while some of these girls get real big, I don't see how they're going to develop a lot of flavor. But that's just, I'm curious. I'll see. We'll put it up on the Bear in the Kitchen. We'll all find out together.
You know what surprised me when I went to work to a hog farm like that? Because my grandpa, he raised his hogs on over 200 acres of pasture and woods.
Nice.
How friendly they was in the hog barn. It's like, oh, you were scared to death of all the hogs where I grew up. You didn't dare do what you did to these hogs. The hog farm, you stick your hand in their mouth, rub the roof of their mouth, and they can't bite you if you do that, by the way. You rub the roof of their mouth and they can't bite you. But it's like how friendly they was in this hog confinement place. And here I'm used to work around my grandpa's hogs that was raised on pasture and woods that was over 200 acres. That they was wild, like they'd fucking tear your ass up just wanting to jump in the pen with them.
Well, it's a different instinct, though, right? But yeah, I go in there because I'm a washer, right? Like I say, so I go in there every morning while they're all doing their bullshit and chasing the piglets out, and I get to see the running of the bacon siege, which is fucking adorable. I go in and I kind of like let the girls know everything's gonna be okay, and I'm scratching their noses in the morning, and these pigs are looking at me like big dumb pink dogs. And it's like, oh, you're so fucking cute. Yeah, okay, you're a good pig. I'm sure you've done good. All right. And they're just so passive and intelligent. It's interesting to hear the raising them wild on the 200 acres kind of perspective, because I just assume that pigs are pigs. Therefore, this is their perspective, but no, like, yeah, in a different
No,
situation.
they'll eat your ass up, man.
Rev, you live?
Are you rev rolling there? Hang on. Wait, I can click this button. Is he awake? We get a poll
Is it
from him.
paused? Did you screenshot and walk?
Anyone? I think that's a very suspiciously paused image. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah.
He's fucking with it.
I've been looking at it for like 5 freaking minutes. I'm like, what the hell?
Is this the, wait a second.
Are we getting rev rolled?
I'm not sure, but let's just go create banner because I can do this kind of shit.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just like, your eyeballs haven't fucking moved.
Now, if I click that, all right. So we've got that going on. The StreamYards thing has been a lot of fun. I got to say thank you very much for the suggestion, because at your suggestion, I finally wrote it down on the secondary blackboard that's going on in the door to the Bears Den, where I keep my notes to pretend I can stay focused. You know how well that sort of doesn't work, but yeah. This has been good. I seriously started checking it out earlier today. It's been very
But I remember Meeks telling you about that when you was wanting to do all these conversations about the different people that we was on the live streams that we was going over. I was like, you need to do the StreamYard so I can get on there with you.
Lots of people have pushed me at it, but it was kind of like you were like, oh, okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? He's right. I'm just going to fucking check this shit out. Oh, you all right?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, she's good. All right, we're still waiting on New Year's here, but this has been absolutely delightful.
He's back.
Hey, Rev, you moved. Hashtag stealth. I guess I should take off that banner then. We'll just put that up there, like everything is copacetic. So, Rev, are you still with us, or? I think he's Rev rolling on us. Rev Tom. Paging Rev Toast TV. Rev Toast TV to the live stream, please. Rev Toast to the live stream. Oh, I think we're losing him. What do you figure, Eric?
Yeah, he's getting tired.
Me at this point, man. Shocks is gone. Rev is gone. What is Shocks doing? What are you doing?
I'm gonna make us a late dinner.
Ooh, late dinner. That works.
That's what we're gonna have a late supper.
Right on. Okay, does supper mean dinner or lunch where you're at?
Supper means the dinner, I guess. You know, the late one.
The one you eat at noon. What's that called?
That's lunch.
Right? It's lunch where I came from too, but everybody talks about eating like supper and shit, and they're talking about lunch around here. It really messes with my
Supper's
time.
the one you eat at night. Dinner or lunch is what you eat in the middle of the day, and then you at breakfast.
Well, supper's kind of like, to me, it's almost like tea time, right? 4 o'clock, a little early for dinner, a little late for lunch. That's your fucking supper time. Then dinner time, yeah, for sure, fire up the burgers. Dinner time is, yeah, it's a little later on in the evening, but whatever. This, at this point, I think is drunk leaving the bar looking for something greasy at a vendor. But that's all good. All right. So I don't know who we've still got going on in the chat on this side here.
No.
I see one big kahuna recently.
Yeah,
Cemetery
he's
Gaming.
looking for a place in northern Nevada.
Okay, northern Nevada. So that's an hour behind me still.
What is Nevada in the north? Is it desert-like, or is it more, you know, like you're getting more towards the Midwest and stuff, and you get more of a rainier climate? You know, I don't know nothing about the western states.
Honestly, as a Canadian, I've kind of been taught about it as all deserty, so I'd be curious to hear the answer to this.
Rob Crowler, hey, how's it going, buddy? Happy New Year. Dinner is lunch. Yeah, there you go. Dinner is lunch. Supper's what you eat in the evening.
Right? It's all this big gray area, but yeah, I got really confused when people were talking about going for supper breaks and dinner breaks, and I'm like, what the fuck time is it? I want a sandwich. Let me sit down for 5 minutes, you know, whatever. That's one thing too. I've discovered the work ethic out here is completely different from where I grew up. It's 9:16, Babette.
Dang.
Oh, yeah, you're in Cali. Good Lord, it's practically only just New Year's Eve. Well, hello, Babette, and welcome. I didn't see you in the chat there earlier, but I've been really bad on my chat.
So, JK, are you an hour behind us then here in the Midwest?
Yes. I am staring down the barrel of roughly 43 minutes till New Year's here in Manly, the Toba.
Yeah, so you're an hour behind us. That's what it would be 5 miles down the road. You're on the same time as the town 5 miles down the road from me.
I'm on them other guys. It's fascinating with this whole time zone thing. Like Saskatchewan, one province over, they don't mess with the daylight savings time. It just stays whatever time it is. I like that. I think that's probably the way we should go at this point. You can't really do that to time zones because the globe is round, right? It's, well, spherical. I'm sure that could create
Oh, you don't think it's flat?
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure that can create problems, but oh my goodness. Some of the things people go on about on YouTube, I have to say, are far too entertaining, and I get really distracted from the stuff I actually want to watch. Going down these rabbit holes of what YouTube suggests, right? It's like, no, I know you're looking for an episode of Time Team right now, but don't you really want to watch this thing about flat Earth? And I'm like, well, not really, but click. Okay, 45 minutes later, now I've got a whole panel of flat Earth things on the side, right? Oh, so much fun. I look up some weird shit. I can only imagine what YouTube thinks of me, and or the CIA if they really are watching all this stuff.
What is the CIA? I mean, is that American or is that throughout all the nations?
It depends how far into conspiracy theory you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about that. Because is it American or is it universal? The CIA.
Well, I think every country has their own version of it, and they're all secretly collaborating with each other. So it's kind of a gray area of both.
Oh, he's rev rolling.
He is rev rolling. So I think we're just going to have to, in honor of, you know, why I'm here in the first place, we're just going to throw this up here while we chat in the background. And let's face it, we all got mad love for this guy.
Cemetery says he tried to get on your stream.
Cemetery did try, but there were mic issues, which was tragic because I threw him up there and I hope for the best. But I don't necessarily know that it's Cemetery's fault, because when I was watching all of the tutorials and reviews and stuff, I saw that people that were adding people to the StreamYards had some issues with mic playthrough as well. So I don't know that that's a personal issue so much as maybe something they're still dealing with. But I gotta say, a couple of young entrepreneurs, right? Those guys couldn't have been what a half a loogie over 20, if even, you know, maybe just out of their parents' basement, and they've created this online situation for which they could potentially get incredible monthly revenue. So hats off to them for pulling off the dream. But I think the rest of us are kind of just stuck using the platform. That said,
it's been easy.
I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, it's easy. I never had no issues with it the first time we tried it. I thought, man, that's the easiest. And I'm a fucking totally idiot when it comes to online computer shit.
Brother, you're in good company right now. I assure you. I've been in it for a long time, but I don't know crap about the modern face of computers. But I've noticed watching a lot of the old Hangouts, that I'm sure you did as well, that when there were, lots of people in the stream, it got really chaotic in the conversation and the mics couldn't quite pick up who to play.
And the blinking.
Yeah, but it seemed much smoother in this, even when we had like 5-6 people. The conversation could carry on, like 2 different people could talk.
Yeah, and it ain't switching off and I'm talking now.
Yeah.
It's still playing the same screen.
I like this platform a little bit better, I think. So, I mean, I find myself looking at the individual corners of where people are, which I'm sure doesn't relate to the camera, but I'm trying. It's been great, though. What a wonderful New Year's. And I have to say, it has been a delight to spend it with you, with our now sleeping hashtag my favorite reverend, and so many other people who have joined us tonight. You know, Cemetery, BD, Mio's here. So many people. It's like the Christmas live stream, you know. So many names I haven't seen in so long. But I really miss from what I refer to as the PLC Classic. In the beginning, Ken created a world that was wonderful for pepper lovers, and we all got along so well. And then Google Plus shut down, and it all went to hell.
It did.
And here we are now. But thanks to, you know, StreamYards and other such platforms, I'm sure some of us can try and revive that spirit of camaraderie. And we're all here to fucking help each other get through this shit and grow better crops, which is all I really want, you know. Really, that's the whole goddamn point and purpose of my channel, is to go out there, try and contribute to your own food chain. And it's okay. If you fail, fucking smile about it, learn the lesson, and try again next year, man. It's all good. And if I can share that with people, then great. You know, and, you know, you're sharing your honest adventure with your friends and your family and the adventure of your family. That's great. Rev has gone through so many evolutions on his channel. It's been fascinating to watch. So many people in the comments here, again, have gone through their own channel building experiences. I think here on YouTube, we have a really unique and diverse community. And I love it. I love this global village and Star Trek-y type world that we are all privileged enough to be in. Because this is totally Star Trek Next Generation shit.
Yeah, it reminds me of that too, because I always think about that. Always as a kid growing up, it's like one of these days you're gonna be able to talk to somebody on your phone and be like talking to them on TV and stuff,
right?
And you know, it just happened in my generation. You know,
Future stuff.
I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, like she was standing there talking to a video phone.
Yeah. It seemed so unrealistic then and so impossible, and yet
here we are.
But you know, they thought, you know, back in the 60s and 70s that we'd already be doing like the Jetsons and having flying cars and different stuff. But that ain't never really happened.
I'm still waiting for a car I can pack in my briefcase and then throw in the locker at work. That would be nice. Much safer for it, I'm sure, than the plug-in parking outside in the frickin' snow. But still, you know, some of the things that science fiction predicted, absolutely ridiculous. And, well, hang on. Absolutely ridiculous and almost physically unachievable. But some of the things, and I'm going to wear this badge proudly, us geeks, nerds, and dweebs have taken the time to develop and create for the world we know now is freakishly amazing. I remember bulletin board systems like we were talking about earlier, and taking the turns, logging in and phoning, and somebody's computer had to be on 24/7, and it was registering all these comments. And even then we had online trolls and all this stupid stuff. And I was, shit, I would have been like 10, 12 years old when this stuff's going on, right? Like 300 baud modems and stuff. Would never have guessed. Instant, real time. Here you are there. We could have somebody in South Africa. It would still be just as fluid real time right now. It's so amazing. I mean, look at like when Sage was on, right? In Australia, where's the lag? Where's the snail mail delay? Where's the even staticky cell phone? Like, yeah, I love the world we live in, and we got such an opportunity right now to make it a better place. It's fantastic. Gives me a lot of hope. But you know what? I'm thinking as much as I do love Rev, we're going to have to try and click this button for the first time tonight, and we're removing him from the stream because I don't think he's with us anymore.
No, he's gone.
As Mio says, yeah, sleep well, Rev. Gotta love the classic hashtag RevRoll. And you know what? It's 1:45 or 1/2, give or take. I can't even read a clock anymore. I may have had enough to drink tonight, but you know what? My mason jar is still over half full, so I was taught not to waste things. I don't know about you. You seem like a resourceful fellow. So I am going to wish you and everybody watching and everybody who has been watching an incredibly happy New Year.
Oh,
I hope you have, yeah, it's my little
Happy
whiskey
New
bottle
Year,
right
everyone!
here. I hope that you have an incredibly prosperous 2020. I really want to see your channel hit 4 digits, get monetized, and I'd like to see you get some of these really random, weird emails that I get with people offering you free shit just because I think you'd have fun with that. I know I am. So I'd really like, Russ, happy fucking New Year. And yeah, Reverol, here, hang on. You paid for it. There you go. There's the classic one right there. Much love. Beanie was whiskey. There's a reason I call her my little whiskey bottle. I sit here drinking the creamy, fruity drinks and making the mead and various wines, and she's like, "Give me that fucking tequila, man! Woohoo! Shots, man!" I'm just trying to keep up. Half the time is I'm just the driver. And 1 second. Hello, Happy New Year's. So we have company. Woo!
Hi, company.
Eric says hi.
Hi.
But anywhere, where were we? We've been so many places this evening. It's actually a lot of fun. What's new and exciting for you on the farm in 2020?
For me?
Yeah. Well, you're the so
I don't know what's going to be new for us. I just hope to be able to keep it. You know?
Well, ain't that the wish on every farm, though, right?
Yeah.
Any new shit though you're interested in trying, or maybe ideas you had this year that you'd like to develop? Or
the only ideas I'd like to still be able to get some of that Premier One fencing eventually if I get the money to be able to rotate my goats more around the yard to where I want them to eat instead of just eating whatever they want.
I hear you there. I was actually toying with the idea of asking one of the guys I work with, because he raises sheep. So I'm like, hey, this is what I'm thinking, right? If I go to your place, can I try and experiment with your sheep? And I know he's going to make a lot of perverted jokes because I've been at the lunch table for a year now, so I know how he thinks, right? But I'm like, can I try and experiment with your sheep? And I'm going to see if I can get him to let me try rotating his sheep around his pasture.
Yeah.
Right now he's doing like a 2-part pasture thing. And one part they get to just mow on free range all year, and the other part he cuts for hay, and then they get to mow on. But I'm thoroughly convinced with all this like Alan Savory shit, and you know better than anybody else right now. You know what I'm listening to. So I'm convinced I can get him more out of his pasture, right? But I'm not quite sure on how I'm going to sell him on letting me play with his sheep.
Yeah.
Without having that.
Straight up, man. Be like, here's what I'm watching. Show me what you're watching. Here's how you can do your stuff better if you want to do it. That's the way I'd go about it.
Well, I thought about that, and I've asked him some really strange questions since I've been there, because that's just what I do, right? Like I made it plain since the moment I walked into that barn. I'm going to ask you unusual questions. I'm not your normal kind of person. I don't live a normal lifestyle. I don't believe in normal. It's an unachievable ideal, but here I am, right? So that was my intro to the barn. I walked in there with earrings, like my hoop earring up sideways and into the other one. You have no idea how strange people look at you when oh my God, is it earring? Did he do that on purpose? I've heard people in lineups at Walmart and shit just looking at me like, okay. But I walked in there, I had the ponytail. You remember where my hair was at, right?
Yeah.
Day I got the job, next day, fucking shaved, hair's gone, beard's gone. They're looking at me like, you're a completely different person. Okay. But I've learned so much since I've been there. But I'm so ready to go. Once those car payments are done, I tell you, it's going to be interesting. This has been fascinating, though. It really is. Talking to everybody and live streams in general, I think, have been fascinating. But ADHD may or may not be helpful there. I'm not sure. it's been great having you live with me. Obviously, it's a nice change from talking to myself and generally you. But there's the delay, so we don't have to worry about that in this situation. That's nice. But I still wonder why JT has only 19 subs. One big kahuna. I 19K, bro. They just changed the numbers. It's all good. Mob grazing. Chat. Sorry, dude. I'm just trying to catch up here on the. Again, ADHD kicking in large, plus more than moderate consumption of alcohol on this particular holiday evening, and or celebrating an unusual midweek day off. Normally, I'd have to be getting up in too few hours. So cute, though. We still got Rev here, passed out in the background. I almost feel like, for posterity's sake, this should be up. Just because, like I said earlier, my whole plan was to crash his live stream. I do that, and then Eric disappears. I didn't mean to offend you, bro. I was just trying to play with Rev. But we are at 3:24 on this live stream.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Where did the time go?
I'm not sure. I'm really amazed that I've been staying awake.
It's been awesome.
But I am truly delighted to have had so many people come in over the chat over the course of the evening, and to have been able to have so many people in the panel over the evening.
It's been amazing.
This has been so seamless and so easy. I really wish that I had checked out StreamYard quite a while ago. I feel like I've been missing out on something because I enjoy these chats. Just with everybody. Beatty, gotta have the old school earring connecting the chain to the nose ring. You know what? No. I did too many years in security. That's just like yank. That ranks right up there with actually having a proper necktie on when you're doing security at a concert. Not a good idea. Just saying. One learns real fast. Clip-on ties are your best friend if you want to look professional and not get strangled and in the mosh pit. Now, if you're actually in the mosh pit as a concert goer, that's totally different. If you want to get strangled, whatever's good. But as a security guy at a concert, there are things you learn. And unfortunately, I did security for 8 years in Vancouver. So I don't know how Vancouver, Washington is. But Vancouver, BC is a rather large city.
Metropolis.
And it gets pretty ugly sometimes in the middle of just having a good time. I mean, Guns N' Roses concert always meant to riot. Seriously. I think statistically, each and every Guns N' Roses concert, we rioted. The Canucks would win a game, we'd riot. The Canucks would lose a game, we'd riot. Like, it's Vancouver. Park downtown when anything big is going on, right?
There's a riot.
Yeah. But it's fun.
Sounds like LA.
Pretty much.
Look at Penticton. There was a riot.
Right? So they have this giant peach that lives on the beach, and they vendor drinks and stuff out of it. Somebody rolled it into the lake.
I saw it personally.
She was there.
It was crazy. Like,
apparently it wasn't her.
Downtown is all one way, and then it goes into the lakeside, which is all like 2-way. And there's an MC Hammer concert at a park area. Cemetery just super chatted.
Holy crow.
Holy crap.
A huge thank you to Cemetery, because that is totally awesome. And okay, one big kahuna. Okay, I missed the wrong one there. One big kahuna. I've actually got that story for you. So hang on, Eric, because I'm going to interrupt you for a second. But I used to work as a valet at a shitty little Ramada on Grenville Street in downtown Vancouver, where one day a gentleman came and asked me to park his rental car. Not unusual for a valet. And I just chatting him up and bullshitting and blah, 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 and carrying his luggage and just being me, right? I've always been me. No matter what my name was, I'm still me, right? And I'm talking to him, and he's like, you know what? I really love your personality, and we need people like you on what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and start an online shopping company called Amazon. We need people like you for personnel. Would you be interested in coming to California with me? And I'm like, As fascinating as that sounds, dude, I'm thinking to myself, bull fucking shit, right? As fascinating as that sounds, my wife would kill me, and she would have.
Not
For the
me.
record, this is not her. This is my starter marriage. I learned a lot. That wife would have killed me, but that gentleman went on to be George Beasley. So I think that satisfies the request of the story. That's somebody before Amazon made it big. I had the opportunity to go to California on their ticket and possibly become part of that. But no, I maintain true to a woman of qualities I can't say on a live stream.
Damn, you could have been a millionaire now.
Hey?
You could have been a millionaire now.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
There's
But you know
been
what?
a lot of weird coulda, shoulda, wouldas, though.
You know what? I wouldn't
I've never
trade
had that.
decision for where I'm at. Because please don't judge me poorly for this. I've had money in my life and I've been broke. I've had love in my life and I've been without. And of the two, I'll choose money or I'll choose love because there's always more money out there is my point. There's always more money. Money is the thing. Money is so easy to bring in.
It's a flowing
You
ebb
can
and
get
flow.
a job and make money. You can
Yeah,
run a
yeah.
scam and make money. You can put up a fucking video on YouTube.
Money's
You
so
eventually run
available.
ads and make money. Money is out there. It's just a thing. Love is so hard to find. And this woman has put up with me for 15 New Years. This is the 15th time we've gone through New Year's Eve together, and she's still here, still smiling. She hasn't tried to put a knife in my back yet that I'm aware of.
Nah.
To me, that's a good sign. I might be a little old-fashioned, but to me, that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's been a good fun road.
Money, on the other hand,
It's coming
every time
right
I've
through our
had
hands.
large amounts of money, and this is a blockage. Hey, Philip. Hey, nice to see you, man. This is a blockage that I'm trying to work on. Every time that I've had large amounts of money, it has led to me making stupid decisions.
Yeah, but now we're smarter, we're older and wiser. We're
Absolutely.
making better decisions.
So, like I said, I need to overcome that blockage.
That's like a kid that I went to school with. His mom died and got $100 grand, and he was broken in prison within the year after his mom died.
It's amazing
Yeah.
how fast that happens to people who get lots of money fast.
See, when my dad passed away, I got I don't know, it was like $25,000 or $30,000 of his life insurance policy. But I used that money to have this experience of taking my kids across Canada to meet their biological grandparents.
Yeah.
I bought my first brand new bike. I bought a car.
Yeah.
I have these things that I was like, okay. And then I'm like, okay, the next time I get a sum of money, I need to invest it properly. And then that didn't really happen. And
No,
I'm like, well, I
kinda did.
kind of screwed that up. So the next time I get some money, I'm buying a house. And that was it. I'm buying property, I'm buying a house. And so I got a buyout from Safeway. When Sobeys took over, I was offered a really good sum of a buyout. And we talked about it. And we're like, hell yeah, let's do this. Nothing's holding us back right now.
Kids are all grown up. One's moved out. Two's moved out. All right, we're empty nest. And not even like
So-
40 yet.
Yeah. And it's just kind of like, that's how this sort of happened. But it was
Yeah.
that conscious decision of making
Yeah.
it happen. You know, it's just this.
Weird though.
Yeah. And there's abundance for everybody.
There is.
There's
there
like
is.
such abundance for everybody. And learning those blockages and beating those blockages, it really allows more to come into your life. I'm going off on a tangent right now.
You are, but that's Tuesday and Thursday morning.
That's right.
And
Well,
I mean, at
I've
the
been
same
studying
time-
like law of attraction and stuff like that. But when we've worked through those blockages, more opportunities that we never even thought about happening in our lives have come to us. But that's our own personal blockages that are stopping us.
Right.
So like this, it's been a really good lesson.
Been a lot of them. Been a lot of really good lessons.
15 New Year's is together. I have to go flip that.
That is the sound of hamburgers.
I think I gotta
There you go.
There we go. You gotta love those midnight munchies, right? Like so good. Oh,
It's
yeah.
almost time
I
for
don't get to get as munchies as what you guys get up there. So
I just stick around.
Okay, I caught that. Missed what you were saying, Eric?
I said I don't get the good as munchies as what you guys get up there. You guys get the good stuff. We get the leftovers down here.
well, I don't know what you define as good munchies. Apparently, people are really people love the catch-up chips we have here in Canada. All the hunters come into town for duck hunting season. All the catch-up chips are gone. I don't like catch-up chips, so I don't understand what the deal is with that. But
I don't know. Our munchies are more like a dinner. This is what we're having.
you know what I would kill for?
I was referring to your pots a lot better than probably what we got here in Indiana.
Our which?
Your smoke's a lot better than what we got here.
Oh shit, yeah, but it's even better in Cuba, man. So it's all relative.
Was Cuba better than what you guys got? You guys got the better technology.
Well, technology only goes so far. Environment, much like people, it has to say a certain amount of plants too.
Yeah, I thought it goes about a lot by the genes of the seed and stuff more so than.
That's true. That's true, especially when doing with the technology there. But that still said back on environment. I've had some incredible stuff from Jamaica over the years too.
Oh man, I've heard some stuff.
Jamaican lamb's breath actually was my favorite strain that we ever had over the years. There's only one person who could ever get it, and it was just the sweetest sort of mental. I personally suffer from a lot of.
I like super skunk.
Depression and anxiety.
Me too.
Who doesn't love a super skunk? Just for everything it can do for you. But I found with that one particular strain, because it was so heavy in the sativa, I didn't give a flying fuck about anything. I felt great. I could wander out in the world. All of a sudden, I could be in a crowd of 500 people again and not care. Right? Where normally, put me in a crowd of more than 10 people, I go straight back into security guard. My job is to watch everybody in this room. Anybody who's going to be a problem, I have to be on them 24/7, period. Like, that is just the way my brain is wired from doing that, right? But give me a little bit of that sweet Jamaican lamb's breath, and I don't care. I don't care. Oh, you a pimp. That's nice. Crack dealer. Good for you, man. It's a growth industry. Right on, man. I don't care.
My dad and uncle always talk about Acapulco Gold back in the day when they was growing up.
Yeah, I know why.
I've never had any. That's what they always. Then my uncle started his own strain of it back here up in Indiana. This was in the 70s or whatever. That he was breeding stuff back then that people are just now realizing how to breed and do stuff.
Some of the stuff they bred back in the 70s.
Hey, Rob, throw a link up so Rob can come.
Oh, there he is. Rob Blumberg.
Rob Link. There we go. Let's throw him a clipboard post here. Some of the stuff they did back in the 70s. There are two in particular geniuses in the field who come to mind, but unfortunately I can't remember their freaking names. Mel somebody and Rob somebody. But they did amazing things with the strains, the varieties, if you will, and the technology of the 70s in the indoor growing scene.
Well, he was breeding one branch at a time back then, before people learning now that you could breed one branch for your seeds or what you want to cross, or one branch at a time. He was doing that back in the 60s and 70s way before people even knew about trying shit like that. And the stuff that you're just hearing about now.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. These people were actually really fucking brilliant with what they were doing back then with the technology. Can you imagine? Take technology back a few years, right? And the stuff I grew up with would be garbage compared to the stuff I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And I've met New Yorkers who were happy to pay me $400 an ounce for what I grew up with, but I only charged them $200. So needless to say, they were much happier. That was just me. It was $200 an ounce where I grew up. So I don't care.
Growing up was either Mexican weed that's full of seeds, or you could get somebody's homegrown of a super skunk that was the same price, and it was really good.
Well, same. Burger Bob.
Forever.
Cheers. I'm only going to assume that's a fish burger, Mr. Bob. There.
Nice
Mr.
burger
Bob.
holster.
Oh, yeah. Very sexy burger holster, by the way. Thank you for joining us this evening.
You had to come by and say Happy New Year's. Love y'all, fucking Eric, Shocks,
Woo-woo.
JT.
Glad you could make it. We've got Rev Roll on the back end.
Yeah, we'll just bring him up here for the sake of posterity. All right. Right. And you know what? Well,
Happy New Year, Rev. Love you, buddy.
you know, loving this StreamYard shit. I tell you what, having too much fun. How much not good.
Oh, thanks for coming over.
Indeed.
Yeah,
I had to come.
pulling this
I
up.
probably won't be here for long, but I had to come by for a little bit to, Happy New Year's. Like, we hung out last year. I felt like I had to this year.
Yeah.
It's tradition, man.
Forever.
Well, that's what we were thinking about. It's actually been a couple of years of the PLC Classic kind of group getting together and getting stupid on New Year's Eve, right?
Yeah.
And it's Rev's fault. That's why one of the first little bottom banners I made was hashtag blame Rev.
He'll be back. Give him an hour or so. I'll peep back in, and you guys will still be going. Rev will be back going.
Honestly, if I've got 15 minutes out to see New Year's here, I'm impressed. So you got really good time joining us because
we've only got 20 minutes left on what the Steam thing allows because we're going on 4 hours now.
yeah, but that's okay because we joined Steam today. They allow 20 hours a month. The month starts again at midnight because it's January.
Well, not only that, but I've heard like if you're like nearing the end of your time, as long as you start a stream before the end of that time, that stream can keep going.
Oh,
so like the basketball play rule.
Yeah, like basically, if you're already streaming right before your cutoff, like you can keep going, but then after that, you can't start another stream.
Oh, I'm actually already starting to think
and then okay, but let me tell you something else. Last night I was informed by somebody that you can just create a different email and log in through that email and still stream off of your same channel. This is a little StreamYard loophole that people don't know about. But if you hit that 20-hour mark, you can actually create another email or have another email like ready, standby, and then go in through that and still stream off of your same channel, but on a different email.
Wow.
So that's a little loophole for the time being.
Yeah. Very, very clever.
Just letting y'all know. I know you guys like deals. That's a deal.
I love deals, and this one here.
You know it.
But you know what? I think I might actually pay for the medium level of service on this one anyway, because I'm truly impressed with how easy this has been.
It's smooth.
And how much I enjoyed being able to connect with
you have more control and like more that you can do if you do pay like for like any low end subscription like.
Oh, and G Plus was never this easy.
Yeah,
like so easy.
Yeah, because you couldn't. It was hard to figure out how to on G Plus to figure out how to send the stuff to somebody to get on your live stream. This all you got to do is put it in the chat, and you got everybody you want.
And not only that though, but the extra security feature of like having to approve people before they can actually come on with the Hangouts and stuff. People would click the link, and they were able to join right away. And then not only that, they had control to mute other people, ban other people. Even shut down the whole live stream. So StreamYard's a lot tighter ship in that aspect. It's just a more cleaned up version. I do like it. I hated on it at first. They are working on putting more than 6 panel members at a time, like which that's a fucking really common question to them. People like, when are you gonna have more than 6 people? Which I think it should be 9. Like I like with the
really.
Yeah, the 3.
You and I have both been on huge panels. Is that a good idea? Is 6 people really more than conversation?
It depends on the panel that you have. But like I've been on panels where there's 6 people and 2 or 3 people like backstage that all like everybody's on the same wavelength, like able to keep a conversation going without interrupting each other.
Yeah,
I mean, I think 9 is the right amount, but it depends on the people that are on there entirely.
I don't know. I just don't. I think 6 is actually good. I'm thinking about the panels that I've been on, obviously, and some of the ones that I've watched, and it really feels like After you start to get more than half a dozen or so people on the panel, the conversation becomes chaotic. And as a viewer, forgetting as one of the people on the panel, but as a viewer, it becomes really hard to follow. Because I've watched a hell of a lot more of these things than I've contributed to, right? Like, I think most of us probably in the same boat. So, yeah. I don't know. I like it when, as a panel member and as a viewer, I can kind of track what's going on. I mean, granted, I'm a fucking owner, so it's hard enough for me to track things that are right in front of me. But still, I try, right? And it's, with too many people, it gets just a little chaotic. Even with 4 and 5, look at poor Eric right now. He hasn't said anything in a little while. He's sitting there going, yeah, shut up, guys.
No, it was nice because if I talked before, what's better now is I would have blocked you totally out, and all you would have heard was me on the old platform. Now you can hear both of us and see us both as I'm trying to interrupt you. It's what I was trying to point out.
Yeah.
I really like that. That's kind of what I was commenting on earlier, is the conversation seems a little more seamless and less cutting one out to put the other over it. Whereas now we can kind of just both conversate. It blends more like you're standing in the kitchen at a party as compared to talking on Flash and changing channel and changing channel and changing channel. I may have dated myself with that one.
You totally did.
You should roll one.
10-4, good buddy.
You should roll one because Rob's got a great idea.
Rob does have a great idea.
Sorry, man. It's Canada. Go.
We've got New Year's happening in like 7 minutes.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll stay for it. I may like dip out and then go somewhere else, and I may come back. I mean, are you guys going to sleep soon?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to get her to roll one. And
we'll see how it plays out. I'm gonna finish this beer. I'll take another puff. Then I'm gonna probably head out. I may come back. I mean, I'd love to. It's just honestly, I was overwhelmed this evening when I looked in YouTube. I was like, damn, like I think every person that I'm subscribed to in the whole world of YouTube is live. Like I didn't even know where to go to like say hello to everybody. So I was just like, this is too much.
I've been taking a break from YouTube for a while, even though my internet didn't work for a week or two there, but still I've had to take a break.
Yeah, it's been the holidays. It's time to focus on family and friends, like, and just
feasting. Let's not forget family, friends, and feasting.
Obligation.
Oh yeah, feasting for sure. That's a given though. You shouldn't even have to throw that in there. That's like feasting and enjoying some adult beverages. Those should be like, they're grandfathered in.
This was the last of my keg of mead when we started this live stream. So it's an Applejack now. So.
I still have the fucking, not like what I was drinking last New Year's, but I made a new batch of the apple pie moonshine. I've got like multiple jars in my fridge. I haven't even drank any yet, but I might take a sip or two. But I've already drank a lot of beers and tequila and whiskey shots.
Oh, nice.
And a 40-ounce.
He's going on.
Everything in moderation, eh?
Yeah. Fuck it, it's the end of a decade.
Of all of it.
I love all y'all. You guys are.
Love you, Bumberg.
Much love to you too, man. It's been great to have you with us, even if it is going to be a brief thing. It's been fucking fantastic, and you're joining us close for our New Year's, so
it's not going to be brief. I'm gonna switch back and forth. I was really hoping that BD would join while I was here, but
yeah, where's BD?
BD's a fucking queer. He hangs out and hides in his closet.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what to say. I mean, I love the kid. He's my fucking little brother. How can I not love him? But I'm disappointed in you.
You hear that, BD? We love you, man.
Bumber, you started.
He called me out. Fox fucking messaged me on Instagram over an hour ago. Fucking BD calling me out. Where the fuck's BD? I'm disappointed. But I will be back. I don't think you're leaving anytime soon, so I'll see you all soon.
Have you started your 2020 plans yet?
You seem coherent and awake. Keep it going.
Surprisingly so, yes.
Shocks, don't let them get too out of hand.
What? I don't
back.
know what you're talking about.
All right. Well, just to keep a third in the conversation here, we'll throw Rev back in there.
Oh, 4 minutes. No, his story. You gotta mute him, man.
You know, okay. Honestly, and this is no disrespect to Rev. One of the things I miss most about our old dog is his fucking snore.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like that dog could put an insomniac to sleep.
Yeah.
Like, he'd lay out here in the living room. I toss and turn. I'm one of those terrible sleepers, right? But Laz would get to snoring, and within like 5 minutes of listening to that, I'd be matching his rhythm and gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Just gone.
That dog taught me how to fall asleep well.
He was good for that. Yeah.
Yeah. So cute. Oh.
Man, that's what I miss right there. Is they'll just roll one up and smoke it, and that's got to be so fucking nice.
Honestly, my opinion hasn't changed whether or not it's been legal or not. The only difference is now I'm a little more brazen about it. But in all fairness, I've rolled it up and lit it in front of the cop shop while waiting for a bus before as a teenager.
We had the cops knock at a door. And
You're not saying nothing.
I wasn't expecting him.
I smoked with judges and doctors and stuff before, and it's illegal here. And it's like, oh,
But it's one of those dumb laws. It's where civil disobedience almost feels like the right activity. You know, I'm a huge fan of Stranger in a
hello,
Strange Land.
Mrs. Back there.
Hello, Mrs. Background, Eric Harriel.
Yeah. As soon as you knew, oh, I found it.
Are we keeping people awake? Because
no,
you can turn your volume.
We have 2 minutes. They can wait 2 minutes.
2 minutes, man.
That's a Happy New Year's.
We are getting there, and you know what? I gotta say, from the way things are shaping up, it's looking like it's going to be a very exciting New Year's.
I hope so. I'm ready for 2020 to happen. So hopefully more stuff changes.
2020 is going to be interesting. I mean, like, I've done a lot of fields of work for long periods of time, but I've never necessarily held one job for all that long. I think 2020 is going to see the longest I've ever held a singular job.
I worked 14 years at my past job.
See, right? Like, how do you do that?
Just go in every day. And I haven't done it.
Right? Yes, that's just how it's done.
Shocks gives you a high five for that. And that's kind of how I'm doing it so far. But
I did 10 years at Safeway.
I'd tell you a secret.
I did 6 years at Hardee's, a restaurant before then.
Yeah.
But after the restaurant, I went to work at a prison. Absolutely hated it. The first time I absolutely up and quit a job.
Okay, what was worse, the prison or the hog barn?
Prison by far.
Really?
Yeah, I hated the feeling anytime I ever walked in there.
1 minute.
See, I'm one of those interesting individuals, and I think because of my time in security, I'd be more okay with the prison than I am with the hog barn. People make their decisions. Pigs are born into it.
I hated it. And here I'm thinking, man, these seem like pretty decent people. They don't need to be locked up in here. You know what I'm saying?
Happy New Year's, indeed.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
It's New Year face.
Wow. Well, a lot of people are locked up for total bullshit reasons, and I will absolutely grant you that. Like, that's one thing. Again, I'm very disappointed with Mr. Pretty Boy fucking Playgirl Trudeau, because while he has made pot legal here in Canada, it's kind of generally a federal thing. I don't hear a lot about people that have gone to jail for possession charges being released and having that cleared.
See, they're supposed to be doing that right now in Illinois. There was 11,000 people supposed to be expunged from all their crimes.
Right?
Today.
Honestly, if that shit was taken off of my permanent record, like we learned to call it in high school, then I would be way more comfortable with the idea of hopping in an RV, crossing that imaginary line, and coming down to visit so many people in person. But I know for a fact that I have been stopped and questioned so many times on questions relating to a plant that I'm just not crossing that border in safety.
Yeah.
And there have been so many just plain stupid things that I did too, right? 2 ponytails in trench coats crossing the border at 2 o'clock in the morning in a Fiero because we were going to Seattle so we could go to the original Starbucks. You think we got pulled over and searched? Hell yeah. Right? Both times coming back from Seattle. So what was the reason you were in the States? Well, we went to the original Starbucks for coffee. Yeah, can you boys pull over? Right? Yeah.
Beth, can you shut those guinea pigs up? You hear the guinea pigs?
Crack for a year straight. Well, if you're smoking crack, I guess you'll be up long enough to do it. Never really did my thing. Not a chemical I like. I like good old-fashioned ganja because, and this is ultimately much like the hot pepper thing. It is just a plant. I can grow it, dry it, consume it, experience endorphins that make me feel better. I grow a hot pepper plant. I eat it fresh. I consume it. And after the pain goes away, I feel much better because I survived the pain. It's like downhill skiing that way. That moment when you just miss a tree, that's what surviving the hot pepper feels like. It's like, oh my God, I lived through that. Yeah. Oh.
The first time I went skiing, and my buddy took me, and he's like, I know everything about skiing. And he didn't know the first thing, nothing about skiing, was trying to teach me. And he hits the ski lift pole dread on, and it falls out like this. And I'm dying laughing. I'm peeing, almost dribbling in my pants. And it's freezing. It's freezing cold, and snot's just dripping down my face. And here he thought he was about skiing, was going to teach me everything. He didn't know the first damn thing about fucking skiing.
Yeah.
All right, we're at 3:54. I think it's going to cut us off at 4 hours.
I don't think it is, but we'll find out in 6 minutes. My older stepbrother took me skiing for the first time, and he promised my stepdad, oh yeah, I'll take real good care of him. I'll show him everything he needs to know. Ha, 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 ha. And bear in mind, I grew up in BC, right? So that's Canada's Colorado, right there, as far as ski hills go. And he took me to fucking Whistler, which a few years ago, the Olympics were at Whistler. So that should tell you something about the quality of the hills. And he took me up to the very tippy top of this goddamn mountain. And he showed me how to snowplow, which is basically just slowing yourself down a little bit. I'm sure you're familiar with the snowplow. Yes, no? Just a very gentle braking technique. And then he fucking left me there. Up on the top of this goddamn Olympic mountain, Glacier Mountain, snow all year round. He freaking left me there, knowing nothing but to snowplow. It was the most terrifying but exhilarating day of my life. And tragically, because I hate my older stepbrother, I was instantly addicted to the idea of skiing and hurtling myself down a mountain on a couple of sticks, trying not to die. It was so much fun. Oh my God. Yeah, hooked on it. People love it or hate it. This one here doesn't seem to be a big fan of skiing.
I had a bad experience. I had a bad experience. My best friend Frankie and I went. She was allowed to bring a friend. We were wearing blue jeans. It was colder than crap. The snow sucked. Our instructor was kind of cute, so we didn't really listen. And
girl problems.
You know what? We plowed our way down the bunny hill, and then we went and sat in the lodge and drank hot chocolate.
Well, my buddy, he thought he knew everything about it. We're supposed to be going down the easy trails, and it was the expert trails. He was so confused, and he was supposed to be the expert about everything and knew all about this place and was the expert, going to teach me how to do it all. And we did the midnight run, which is it starts at midnight and it goes into the morning hours. And he's going to teach me, oh, this is the cheapest and this and that. And hell, he didn't know anything. He starts going down the hill and he plows right into the ski lift pole. And these people up there are dying laughing at him. I couldn't help but dying laughing. Here I'm dribbling a little piece and it's freezing to my pants because I'm laughing so hard at him.
See, skiing is fun. Gives you stories to tell us.
He was the expert. I want to look into.
Cross country is pretty much our only option out here.
Well, yeah, that's why I want to look into it.
And I could never figure out. I'd start skiing, and my ski would keep it coming. One of my skis would always keep it going off and going down the hill. So I just take the other one off and start rolling down the hill to get to the other ski.
That works. Or that moment when you start rolling down the hill, and your one ski kind of plants itself sticking straight up, and then you just keep going. You gotta do that embarrassing walk of shame back up to try and claim your ski. There. That was fun. That was fun.
The weird body rolls in half.
Yeah. Or when somebody cuts you off and you're like, always turn left. So you turn left and they turn left too. So you're trying to avoid them and they're stepping right in front of you as you're skiing. So you end up going off the trail and under a rope. That was fun. It was fun. But seriously, for all of these gripe stories about the total bullshit of hurling yourself down a mountain, it's still one of my favorite things to do.
And I always kept thinking, man, I would have liked to do this on an inner tube instead of a ski.
Oh
I think that would have been a lot more fun.
It's a great area. Have you ever gone down a mountain on an inner tube? Or is this just something you've heard about?
No, I've just seen it before. They had them
Hang on. Have you ever been on a lake on an inner tube behind a really psycho boat pilot?
Yeah, my cousin.
The mountain's a lot like that, except less forgiving.
Right.
So as you're bouncing over those moguls, you're bouncing in that inner tube, hanging on for dear life. And if you happen to have a big inner tube, so you've got like a tractor tube or some shit, you've got that like 1 foot long air spike that's coming out. And it's trying to poke through every bit of protective clothing that you have. And if you bounce on your face, you're getting it in there. Not that I've been on a few of these tubes or anything.
Oh
but
my God.
the idea of the inner tube on the mountain is a lot more fun than the reality of the inner tube on the mountain. You know what is fun?
Wait, it does get spinning though.
Wooden toboggans and magic carpets.
Magic carpets are evil death traps.
They are as much fun as they look like.
Evil death traps.
It's a perspective thing you're going on.
Evil death traps.
But
that lead you into walls where you hit them smack dead on and you're laying there unable to breathe.
I wooden tobogganed into a tree at a youth group event. I still think wooden toboggans are the shit. I'm just saying. I did the Twitch for like 5 minutes apparently. I still think wooden toboggans are the shit.
I bought the whole family crazy carpets on that note. Like one for me too. One for everyone.
Okay. What's the stand on GT racers? Okay.
Oh, they're dangerous.
Anyone? Do you have those down there?
No, we don't get enough snow to actually do much here.
Oh no. What's like a heavy snowfall year down there?
6 inches usually.
For how long?
Like a couple days.
Or a couple days. Okay, so basically like Penticton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a GT racer back in Penticton, and we got it thinking it would be great. The boys would be able to play on it, and sure as shit, as soon as we got this thing, no fucking snow. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, we got it.
Out here, the kid could do it on. He used our ice fishing sled to basically snowboard down a hill that formed from wind. Night Mio, indeed, and
Crazy carpets are evil.
Crazy carpets are evil.
Yeah, but Fuzzy
they're infinitely steerable because they're so loose, right?
Was that like just like a little plastic sheet?
Yes, the one with the two little handles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slippery as shit on one side, a little bit edgy on the other, so your bark is sat to it.
You see the kids are either on it and stuck to it, or they're dragging
they're
it
on a
behind
tree
it.
and it's down the river.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Those are great.
Evil.
Yeah, so we don't get enough snow to actually amount to have much fun. You get it for, here the past, 2 weeks ago, we got a snow that actually lasted almost a week on the ground.
Ooh.
Usually we'll get 1 to 2 inches, and that's about it, and then melt off a day or two. Then we might get, a week or two during the season, get another inch or two. And
all right. Do you guys have like sand dunes down there, like great big huge sand dunes?
You do in the northern part of Indiana, which was called the Indiana Dunes.
Because we used to take our crazy carpets and our
we got hills though. We got hills.
The sand dunes to the gravel pit, and like
we got gravel pits.
Those hills, like it was nothing.
We got stripper pits too. which, you know, a stripper pit is the coal mining areas where they dug all the coal out and piled all the dirt to, you know, on the sides and made these huge ass hills.
Kind of like a gravel quarry or something,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it'd be probably the same principle as a gravel quarry.
So you find a thing that you don't care about for that, right? Because you know what's going to get scratched, you know what's going to get wrecked. So you just find one that's used and freaking give her. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
like,
we got the same thing with their coal mine. The old coal mine hills is what we call them. It's because it's all the dirt they piled up when they built these thousands and thousands of feet trenches. Coal mine where they strip mined it, you know.
Yeah.
And then we got bunches of lakes. We got where I live. We got more lakes here where I live than most parts of the whole state because of all the stripper mine pits.
Oh wow!
And they're deep. You know, they're like, you know, from 50 to 100 feet deep or plus in areas.
Yeah, they're crazy.
And they're crystal clear is what's pretty cool. Is like what you look in the water and what you think looks like a couple feet of water is like 10 or 15 feet of water.
Well, at least it's clear.
That'd be crazy for diving though.
It's awesome.
They do a lot of diving here because of that.
Right.
I've been in some areas where you can't see the bottom and there's weird things that live down there.
Yeah, we got those too.
Yeah.
They're so deep that they can't go down to the bottom. Yep, we got those.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, America's naval base where they do all their submarine testing actually is in a stripper pit down the road from me. Like the secret submarine base where they build them is actually here in the Midwest in Indiana. That's actually just like a few miles down the road from me.
Oh, that's crazy.
And they do it the stripper pits. The old coal mine pits.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, why not? You've got this convenient hole in the middle of nowhere that there's no reason anybody should look at. So why not?
Yeah, in the middle of the Midwest. You know, why would there?
Who's gonna look there for something?
Right? You know, one of the biggest naval bases are in Indiana in the middle of the country.
Yeah.
Where I live, it's just down the road. You know,
yeah.
And it's one of the biggest naval bases. Because it was all secret back in the World War II era.
Oh man,
that's crazy. You never
really bomb it from the West Coast or East Coast to where it was located.
Yeah, yeah.
Just far enough on either side.
And anything created can be moved easily nowadays, right? So that's crazy.
Yeah. And there's all kinds of rail systems, and now they build an interstate that goes through there now because. Before there wasn't no interstate, it was just state highways. But now they built an interstate just for that, what's called Crane Naval Base. You could look it up. Just for that, they built this I-69 that goes right through there, cut a big heart of the forest, which I didn't even know. I took the I-69 this summer to go to a doctor's appointment and took it. And I was like, I didn't realize how much forest that Indiana actually had.
Wow.
So
nice huge chunk of forest then? Or?
Yeah, they took out a big chunk of forest.
Oh, man.
And you didn't realize the Indiana had that much forest. And it actually looks like Kentucky, actually, when you take the road because of all the hills and stuff.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind, honestly, when I think Indiana is green farmland.
It's not like that everywhere. You know, like a few miles south to me, it's all melon fields.
Melon fields.
Ooh.
Yeah, watermelon and cantaloupe.
I like
top in the nation on growing melons.
Really?
Just south of me, just a few miles.
See, that's really obscure, and I would never have thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indiana is the one of the top where I live because we're on the Wabash Valley. It's all like sandy ground.
Yeah.
It's one of the nation's top melon fields. I need to do some videos of them all. It's pretty interesting. Our crime rate goes in August. Our crime rate goes from hardly anything to it skyrockets because they bring in all the migrant workers.
Oh, I was going to say melon picking.
Yeah, because they bring all the migrant workers. We go from no crime to fucking extreme amount of crime.
Penticton we used to experience a bit of that because the fruit pickers would hitchhike from Mexico all the way up,
and
then from Quebec all the way over, and they'd kind of come and they'd do the various harvests for us, and all the farmers would go make their money on it. Yeah,
they make really good money. Then the rape and the robberies skyrocket once August
lock
hits.
your shit up twice as hard and make sure your dog is taken care of, and expect at the end of season for the number of stray dogs to triple.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, I don't got nothing against it. I think everybody got a right to work or whatever. But damn, our crime rate shouldn't quadruple just in a few months because you bring
fluctuations like that, could obviously be linked to something, and it's just, I'm going to get in so much trouble. But this video is already in so much trouble. It's just blatant stupidity to not admit what these things are when we can statistically prove what the fuck they are. There, I said it.
Yeah.
So whatever.
You know what I'm saying is like there ain't no way that should happen though in a small community. It shouldn't skyrocket when you bring them in.
Well, it's just like here, the community knows whose kid has come home from whatever, depending on what the situation is going on, whether there's a rash of car thefts or B&E or whatever. It is specifically pinpointed to a specific person who is known for doing that in the community. Oh, you just came home for 5 days. Wow, there's a stolen car. It's a very obvious situation.
Yeah, but we live in like teeny tiny town. Technically, our town is so small that we lost our municipality status and had to merge with another nearby community.
That's what happened to the town I live in, Graysville. It's not even called, almost what they called Sullivan Town. And now we're called an incorporated town or whatever. We lost our post office and stuff years ago. We lost our school and stuff. So now we're just in a corporation or whatever they want to call it.
We haven't quite lost the post office in school yet, but I bet, it could go either way within 5 years. We'll see.
Yeah.
There's like 20 for sale homes in our little 2 square miles town. 700 some odd souls here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
They took this whole community and, which was, growing up, the kids that, the school only went to junior high. And then growing up, I remember all these kids growing up and saying how good they had it going to Graceville school and stuff. I was like, man, I can't wait till I get old enough. I want to buy land out by Graceville so my kids can experience what these kids all did. How they was all smart and all was good at athletics and stuff. And I was like, man, I can't wait till my kids to go to a small school. And when my kid was old enough to go, they closed the school down.
Oh, seriously.
Then they started this rural academy school, which was where all the trouble kids end up going. It's like, man, I'm not sending my kid there. I want to send him to Sullivan, which is 15 miles down the road to where he's going to end up being anyhow. So that's how that all worked. And this school was awesome growing up. Everybody was like, how good they had it and how close knit. And it's like, man, that's what I want for my kids.
Nice.
And then they close it down and stuff. It's like, man.
Oh, man. See, life has got this whole up-down roller coaster thing going on. You got to know exactly when to hit it at those moments or else you just...
now I catch the bus at 6:40 in the morning. So they got an hour and something, hour and a half drive before they even get to school in the morning.
Oh, ouch.
Imagine in my kindergarten, when my kids are in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, how hard that is on them having to get up and be on the bus at 6:40 in the morning.
Yeah.
So how does that compare to homeschooling though? And and what would that do to your situation to try homeschooling them?
I wouldn't do homeschooling because I don't got it. Me and my wife don't got enough conviction to sit there and make them study that whole time.
So I have friends that have done that, and it's been really successful. They get they get grants from the government and stuff for gas to go to and from like the skating rink.
But, I've met a lot of homeschool kids, and they're not there all the way. I don't want to be this.
I think that depends on the parents. That's like pit bulls.
They're
right?
not.
Okay. Most pit bulls have a reputation as being evil dogs, but they're raised by shitheads. And real pit bulls that are raised by real people are like Rev's redhead, right? Like they're just big suckholes who want to love somebody and whatever. I think homeschool kids are kind of the same. If a parent is committed to the idea, they do well. And while
that's what Beth wants to say.
Ex, I firmly believe that she will be homeschooling my daughter to the best of her abilities.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not there all the way. Beth, what I say is like they're awkward.
It's
awkward. Correction from the background. She can join the stream, you know. We got love for everybody. We got a couples going on in this one too.
They're awkward. So what she wanted me to say, they're not strange. They're just awkward.
It's the social activity that
the social
that's lacking. But there's like up here in Canada, there's programs like Tessa's cousins' kids were homeschooled.
Yeah.
And there were programs where other homeschool children can get involved and they go to the skating rink together or they go to the beach for a picnic together.
Yeah.
But it was a planned social activity amongst other homeschool kids. And it was like a homeschool community that way, where they plan those social activities and force that interaction that normally they get in school.
I think my situation,
like when I was working, this is just for instance, I met, and I could tell right off the bat of the kids that was homeschooled. I was like, you was homeschooled, wasn't you? And I just the sense of the feeling from it, I already knew how they carried them, presented themselves and stuff. I'm not saying nothing bad about being homeschooled. I think that the kids need that public interaction.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I think the more people you're introduced to over the course of your lifetime, the more it's going to develop your character.
Oh yeah.
Working at the hotel, for example, was one of the best things that ever happened to me as far as learning to really appreciate the world for what it really was.
Mm-hmm.
When you meet 116 new people every day, you get a real good idea of what diversity really means.
Cemetery.
Cemetery. Third wheel was not spinning on the panel. All right, Cemetery. We're going to throw this one up here. Who's the third wheel? Is it me? Rev. Oh, probably. Let's throw this one back up here.
Yeah, he's out.
He is out, and it's a comfortable snore. You know, I think he's got a good idea.
I'm impressed they can do it cross-legged like that. Indian style or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, man, whatever's comfortable. Excuse me, whatever's comfortable. So we're going to let him sleep.
I can't even cross I've had both my hips replaced. I can't even cross my legs anymore. So.
Oh. Well, that would complicate things. I'm one of those flexible types, so yeah. I do weird things with my legs, but it's the only part of gym I was good at.
Oh, yeah,
so I was always really a fat kid, right? Like I was a big fat kid. So my teachers never really liked me much, but there were a few.
250 pounds my freshman year.
Hey, come again?
I was 250 pounds my freshman year of high school. I lost 80 pounds by my sophomore year, and nobody knew who I was.
I broke 300 at my worst. So, size 44-inch pants.
Yeah, there you go. That's where I was at. Damn, we got a lot in common, man.
Well, that's what I was saying the other day. We're on a similar educational journey, I think, you and I. That's very glad to know you as we're going along here. But you know what, dude? It is like 12:24 in the morning. You look as pie-eyed as I feel. How are you doing there?
I'm pretty good.
You're pretty good. I am tankard and really ready to enjoy that burger, but not quite ready to eat in the live stream. Not throwing the hashtag mukbang at this one.
No.
So I think I'm gonna wrap it up and say thank you so fucking much for joining me. It has been.
I hopefully Wednesday. Well, tomorrow's Wednesday, but on your next, we're talking about the people or whatever.
I think
I want to go live with you.
Well, that's part of why I'm exploring StreamYards here, because I want to be able to do that. It expands the conversation. And I want to, one of my 2020 goals, I want to grow the balls to actually ask one of these guys to come on the live stream with me and explain their concepts to me so I can ask them questions in an interviewer kind of situation.
Well, you got enough subs and stuff that people, they ought to look at them and be like, hey, this dude's got something going for him over here.
Well, in theory, I've got the social equity. I just lack the nuts. I don't have the courage. I can go up to a big company and laughingly go, hey, you should give me blah, blah, blah. And they go, yeah, sure, shit, why not? And somehow that's okay. But the idea of approaching, you know, Greg Judy, who is even just like another YouTuber, right? It's in theory, it should be the same as chatting to you. But the idea of even initiating that conversation just scares the shit out of me for some reason.
You shouldn't have no problem with Greg Judy. He seems like a really outstanding.
He seems like a sweet guy, doesn't he?
Growing into goals. That's what we're doing.
That's what it is. So that's 2020 for me, though. Trying to grow into those goals, trying to move forward with things. And absolutely, next farm live stream, I'm doing this so that hopefully I can invite you into those things.
Yeah.
Shit, it's basically a conversation between you and I anyway.
Yeah, it has been.
Like this. But you know what? It sounds like Beth is still with you in the background there. So I'm going to wish you
cheers,
much love.
Happy New Year's.
Happy
Our home to yours.
and prosper 2020. And much love to you and the fam. Thank you so much for joining us. And I wish you, I really want to see you get to 1,000+ subs.
Dude, I didn't make no videos in 2 months. I'm not even worried about it.
I want to see you get there.
I did make videos for my kids and my friends on the PLC. And after that,
in a Robin Hood perspective,
Happy New Year's, Beth.
I'd like to see YouTube buy you that fence. Right?
Yeah.
It's simple as that. That's
I'd
how
put some more videos if I had that fence, Premiere One, and rotate and grazing the goats and showing them.
And if you can get the ads going, you get the money from the YouTube. The YouTube
Share
buys the
Cemetery.
fence.
Happy New Year's.
It all works, right?
Oh man,
That's what I'm
2020,
hoping
you
for.
guys.
Yeah, 2020, I think is going to be a sick year for all of us, and that is my hope. I wish
more videos again, but man, I'm in my depressed state where I don't want to do nothing.
Well, shit, you know what? I know all about fucking depressed, so you can private message me if you need to, eh? Just saying. So it's been a pleasure to chat with you around, and I hope to continue to be able to do so over the years. I've known Punky for fucking years. I hope to be able to know you at least as long. So yeah, hit me up if you need to chat, man. And everybody fucking stands true for everybody. Really, ultimately, private message me when I notice it there. I will get back to you. I am anal about getting back to messages. So yeah, I got much love for everybody. I'm just in a sickly, drunken, happy mood. So yeah, Eric, sorry. Anything you want to say before I click this end broadcast?
I'm good. I just appreciate everybody in the chat listening to us, and I appreciate you having me on, JT. And, you know, I wouldn't have met half these people if it wasn't for you, because you know the reason I met Rev was because I was watching your video, and then it recommended Rev's channel on a live stream after I got done. You know, while I was watching you, and I was like, man, I'm gonna crack this, click on this RevTos, see what he's all about. And it was all talking about peppers, and that's how I got involved in the PLC, is because of you, indirectly.
Oh,
Because you didn't know that.
Built is just amazing. So I'm just glad to help, man. Yeah, awesome. All right, that's it. I'm drunk. I'm tired. I need to eat a burger and hit pillow. Much love, everybody. Thank you so much. And I am clicking the button. All right. So there we go. Clicking that.